All right, I'm going to go ahead and kick it off. I know that there's going to be more people trickling in, but should go ahead and get started in the interest of time. We have a packed agenda today. So good morning and welcome everyone to the Provider Support Subcommittee meeting. My name is Erin Kerrigan. I'm the Community Engagement Administrator here at Dcyf. So Jess, do you want to go to the next slide, please, the virtual protocols? So I'm sure everybody on the call is very familiar with Zoom land etiquette by now, but just as a friendly reminder, please keep yourself on mute. There will be times throughout the meeting where we will be inviting people to unmute and share verbally, but in any time outside of that, please feel free to utilize the chat. We track everything in the chat, and that's really the best way to share real-time feedback or questions during presentations. All right. And for the next slide. So for some quick introductions, please use the chat box to share your name, where you are located, and your role. And then we will move on to a morning word cloud. And while everyone's doing that, we can move on to the word cloud. Jess is going to include a link in the chat. So if you could go ahead and click on that link after you've done your chat intro and just share a word for what's on top for you today.
Let's just be 1 second.
Looks like we have a new link in there for the word cloud. Good morning to those who are just now joining us. We're just doing a morning word cloud. Link is in the chat. And if you would also please introduce yourself in the chat. Okay, great. And while people continue to share their thoughts in the word cloud, Jessica is going to put a link to the June meeting minutes in the chat. So once that's in the chat, if you could please pull those up and take a moment to review them. Here we go. So I just want to make one more call out for the link to the June meeting minutes in the chat. Please review those and let me know if you have any questions or corrections for the minutes. And in the meantime, we're going to add the feedback loop into the chat for your review, which will contain the follow-up items from the previous meeting. And there it is in the chat there. So please take a minute to review the feedback loop and feel free to unmute or use the chat to share any questions or comments about either one of those documents. I'll give you a moment.
Good morning, Erin. This is Sandra Nelson. I have a question on the feedback loop regarding the decision package information. And one of those items under the Make Childcare Work for Families bullet, you had a section regarding child participation in ECAP and Head Start as an approved activity for WCCC. Can you expound on that a little bit? I was kind of confused with the wording.
Let's see, Nicole, would you be able to take that one on?
I absolutely can. And good morning, Sandra. Good morning, everyone. Happy to be here with you today. So one of the things that we have happen is once a child is eligible for ECAP and Head Start, they're age eligible until kindergarten. And sometimes what happens is perhaps a family was also eligible for Working Connections at the same time, but then they go in for their 12-month reauthorization. And perhaps they didn't have a job or their hours were reduced at that time. And so what that would mean is that that family would no longer be eligible for Working Connections. And perhaps that provider was using both of those funding streams to make a full day. So what we're saying is at reauthorization, if a family comes in or even an application and they're eligible for ECAP and Head Start, and they also need Working Connections, that we would count their participation in ECAP and Head Start as an approved activity, because there's the family support components and all of those things that are part of that. So it's really trying to get that continuity for the family, and Sandra, also for the provider, to make sure that that remains whole when you've got a child who is participating in both programs.
Great, thank you for that, because during the pandemic, I lost so many families who didn't have jobs with the ECAP. Thanks.
Thanks, Nicole. Oh, and it looks like we have a follow-up question from Colleen in the chat. And the question is, at original application or renewal only?
It would be at both, Colleen. That's my understanding, is we would do it at both. I was just using the reapplication as an example. Thank you for clarifying.
Thanks, Nicole. Do we have any other questions about the decision package update or any of the other items in the feedback loop? Okay, great. So with that, I'm going to kick it over to co-chair Julie, and she has some updates to share as well.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone. This is the Provider Support Subcommittee of ELAC, as you all know. I want to take a few minutes to share some things before we get going. First off, I need a co-chair or two. The last time we had one of these meetings, there were 3 of us on the exec team. Brian has now stepped away for personal reasons, and Renee has left the field of early learning entirely. Community engagement has sent out invitations twice now to folks so that people can apply. But as of my last conversation with community engagement, no one had applied. So I hope someone will do that. I know we're all stretched really thin with staffing issues, COVID, so many other stresses, but please consider applying. Moving on. I want to talk about
Julie, there's a question in the
Yes.
chat about what the time commitment is. And I wanted to share that the time commitment, what we say about the time commitment is exactly what they say when they convince you to be a Cub Scout leader. It's only an hour a week, really, honestly, only an hour a week. And it turns out not to be, but
Okay,
she works really hard.
thank you. Okay, so in August, Brian, Renee, and myself went to Olympia to meet with Secretary Hunter and the leadership team. The purpose of that meeting was to encourage, the purpose for us anyway, was to encourage collaboration between DCYF and the provider community through participation at meetings like this. There are multiple topics that have been put on agendas that have then been removed when representatives from various parts of the agency have declined to attend a provider supports meeting, notably licensing. This has been a source of frustration for providers. So my hope is that going forward, we can have more collaboration with all parts of the agency. Secretary Hunter has agreed to be here today. We submitted, the community engagement team submitted a few specific questions that were, ahead of the meeting so that he had an opportunity to answer them fully here today for everyone. They were about transitional kindergarten, the feedback integration opportunities, using the workforce retention grant as an example, collaboration with licensing, and also asked about his perspective about the functions of committees like this one. This committee, the members here, everyone will have an opportunity to write additional questions for a future meeting, some of which will be answered, at a future meeting, but some will be filtered out. If, say, it's about subsidy, it would go to Nicole Rose. So at lunchtime, the community engagement team will move providers into a breakout room. If you're available and interested, we can talk about the time commitment for being a co-chair. We can talk about anything I've touched on here. We can work on writing extra questions for Secretary Hunter while we eat lunch. So I just want to remind everyone to please utilize the chat for questions. We want to ensure that all questions are captured in writing. If time allows, we can look through the chat for additional questions that are specific for Secretary Hunter. And now I want to welcome Secretary Hunter to our meeting. We are pleased that you're here today, and we look forward to future participation.
Happy to be here. It seems that I'm the leadership panel, eh? Or I guess we have Nicole here and Travis, I think, as well. Oh, there we go. We have a bunch of folks. So you guys sent in a bunch of questions, and I'm going to try and answer all the questions. My team has helpfully written out answers to these that if I were to read them, one, you would all fall asleep, and two, we'd be here till next week, because there are really a lot of words on this page. But I'm going to try and answer. Let's start with from my perspective, what are the functions of ELAC, provider supports, the parent advisory group, and advisory groups overall. And I can talk about, let me start off talking about how an agency has to make decisions, and how we think about advisory groups in general. Any decision that we make affects lots of people, sort of by definition. We're a big agency. We affect children, we affect families, we affect providers. In the childcare world right now, we affect the entire economy. And there's a lot of people who would like to go to work but can't go to work because they don't have childcare. I mean, it's sort of you don't want to get me off on the economics of it. But so our job as an agency is to, within the legal structure that has been created by the legislature, and I'll add the legislature in its infinite wisdom, because you always have to say that about the legislature. I find that my perspective on their infinite wisdom has changed now that I am no longer one of them, and have moved to the agency side. But we have to balance all those perspectives. And, you know, I can't make decisions that are based solely on the interests of one group, but I need to hear from all of those different perspectives in order to actually make rational decisions, or to have the agency make rational decisions. So we have to balance the law, we have to balance what the governor's office wants, we have to balance how a decision affects providers, how a decision affects parents, and perhaps parents in different categories, like all private pay parents is one thing, parents receiving subsidies in a related but somewhat different group. So we have the Early Learning Advisory Council, ELAC, which is our sort of umbrella overall group. The Provider Supports Subcommittee is right now a group that's really focused on centers, on hearing about what matters to centers from the point of view of a center. Parent Advisory Group is about parents and caregivers of children to hear their perspective. We answered that question earlier about particular change we're asking the legislature to make in how eligibility works through the budget, because we're trying to smooth out problems for both parents and providers. Half-day programs are crazy making for parents, and we want to make sure that providers who do rational things to braid these two funding streams together, that it actually works. So this is us hearing from both different groups and trying to craft an answer that reflects those answers. But we use advisory groups overall, want to get feedback about what needs to happen, how we can make things happen, how we can make things work better. Sometimes it's about the agenda of the group that we're hearing from. Sometimes we got stuff we got to do, and we'd like to hear your input on what we're doing, or the pathway we're going down. Is this the right pathway? What do we need to know to balance your interests with other interests? So we are going to ask questions about actions that we know we're going to take, and we want to get your feedback in a timely way so that we can adapt what we're doing, rather than hear about it afterwards and go, well, no, I wish I hadn't done that. So a lot of the things we have to do as an agency in that space, we file legislative reports. The example they're giving here right now is this DCYF OSPI joint agency report, which Nicole and I stomped around about the other day. I would like it to be more substantive. It's not. We went through in the last 2 years a lot of information about grants. We were given a river of money by the federal government, specifically to distribute to the provider community. This was filtered through the legislature that added additional rules onto that distribution. And we needed to hear like what would work and what wouldn't work. But we also had to balance that with the interests of lots of other groups to come up with a plan and then do it in real time. How do we think about rate enhancements? How do we think about our decision packages? We're getting feedback on a decision package now. And the last thing in that sort of list of changes that we think about on a regular basis is our QRIS system. So we're trying to think about that. We're trying to think about how do we do racial equity? How do we hear from you? So if I think about this subcommittee, this is about hearing the particular voice of centers. And I think that's a valuable and important voice to hear, and it balances places where we hear from the union about the interests of family homes. We hear from, so I'm just trying to position the feedback in the context of lots of other feedback that we get about decisions that we need to make. Oh my goodness, there's another page of answer to that. So I'm supposed to talk about a success story here. And you can see how well my team prepped me. It's great. And I think the decision package work is a good example of that. When we interact much more with our stakeholder groups than many other agencies do. And our budget packages tend to create less friction in getting through both the governor's office and the legislature as a result of that. And we want to continue to do that. You guys are not going to agree with us 100% of the time, but we are listening and we're trying to balance feedback and make things work better. All right. When will providers be reimbursed at 100% of the market rate?
Ross?
What? Yep.
Before you go on, and I think we can, I'm going to double check with Julie, but I think we can skip over the market rate questions. And I'll have her put the next question in. But Susan has a question in there, and I'm just would love your
Okay.
perspective on that. And
I have a tiny little screen,
Yep.
and it's hard for me to read stuff in the chat as I talk, right?
Yep. So is the feedback from the various groups weighted, given that childcare providers are the only group that have to live by the rules that are imposed upon us and our work?
42.67%. No, I don't have a formal weighting system for that. We want to hear, we're trying to find a set of decisions that balances input. An example of how we balanced input over the, when we did the whole negotiated rulemaking exercise, there were a bunch of interests that were represented directly in the room. And I would argue that parents have to live with that and children have to live with those regulations as well, and that they provide safety for children and try and improve the quality of care that children experience in Washington. So our goal really is to balance a number of different things. A world with no regulation is probably not one that we're all real happy about. And our job is to try and find a balancing point in the middle. Actually, Nicole, I'm going to take on briefly the market rate thing because it's here and I'm prepped for it, right?
Sure.
But you don't want me to.
Well, we actually
can't-
removed that from the list to
Yeah.
focus on ones that were specific up to you.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, I can do
That's what
that.
I did.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I think, and Mary, to your question in there, as we have this conversation, we recognize that provider supports was born out of what had previously been the License Center Advisory Subcommittee and some other groups, and it is broader than that now. And so,
Okay.
we know that licensed family homes and FFNs have been part of this group, and also know it's, I think, an area where Julie and others have talked about how do we grow that membership as well. So
That'd be
it's
great.
great to have you here as well. And so, Ross, I think what we want to move to, Julie put a licensing question in there, and I'll continue to watch the chat and check in with you as we're going.
Okay. This is good because now I don't have 5 pages of stuff to.
Well, next time we'll give you a half a page of prep. How does that sound?
It's okay.
Okay.
I read it all.
Yes.
So which question did you want me to answer next?
So the next one is providers have voiced concern over the lack of opportunity to work collaboratively with licensing and to provide feedback when policy decisions are being made.
Okay.
Can you share your thoughts on how this can be resolved?
Okay. Let me sort of structure this answer reasonably carefully. When we're doing something like sending out grants that all of a sudden the federal government decides they'd like to give us hundreds of millions of dollars to give out to people, we have a lot of flexibility about what we do. Our regulatory authority is more carefully prescribed for good reason. And so we have both a formal process we go through when we are trying to write regulations that is well defined by the RCW. We're required to do things like the negotiated rulemaking when it affects family homes. And we chose to do that more broadly because the instructions that we got from the legislature were to integrate all of those different streams of of license, so that we had a simpler, easier to understand licensing model. And I can speak pretty strongly to the intent of the legislature in producing that, since I wrote it when I was in the legislature, that requirement in the, whatever we called that thing Ruth passed, that we shepherded through. Early start.
Early Start Act.
Not fair start, early start. All right. There's lots of different adjectives we could use, but the intent was to redo that as sort of a big bang approach. And we had a really formal way to hear feedback from people, and we tried to balance the input of that. We're not gonna, we're gonna hear your feedback. In that process, we actually have to formally respond to different people's feedback, because it's a formal regulatory format, and we'll continue to do that. We try ahead of time to talk about bigger concepts. If we're going to do something new in the regulatory space, we'd like to hear broad feedback from people before we go write the rules. And this is an opportunity for us to, present new things that we're working on to you and to talk about it. We're happy to hear feedback from folks, but anything substantive requires us to go through a relatively large and heavyweight process, which, we're not intending anytime in the near future to completely rewrite the licensing rules for the childcare space. So we're happy to hear questions. Now, there's some constraints on how that works in a public meeting like this. If we get a question that's in the format of, this thing happened and there was an enforcement action, can you comment on that? The answer is probably no. And you probably don't want us to comment on, because there's all sorts of specific information about children that are privacy protected. And then there's information about individual businesses that are also somewhat protected. And there's an interest in not having needless sharing of that information. So if the question comes in, can we respond to a particular issue that happened in a particular center on a Tuesday 3 weeks ago, I'm going to provide a pathway to resolving that, which is it's very unlikely that issue will have risen all the way to the top of our management tree. Almost all of these issues get resolved regionally, and we may have a case where we have either an overzealous or an underzealous or an inexperienced licensor, and I would urge you to call into the area administrator. And 9 times out of 10, they're going to resolve your question. And we have a big interest in having inter-rater reliability on our licensing staff. I can see Travis nodding, so it's good. I'm not misspeaking here. That's going to be the most effective way, because the answer, if you ask us a question about something that happened 3 weeks ago, is probably we didn't hear about it. I probably heard about it if there was a child fatality, or if something really, really crazy happened and I read about it in the newspaper. Because again, most of those get resolved inside the system, and you're just going to be more effective there. I'm going to say, oh, let me go look into that, and we'll move on to the next question, because I don't know anything about it. So that pathway, if we want to talk about a particular area of the regulation, we're open to doing that. Probably better for all of us if we know in advance what you want to talk about. We can bring the right people and we can present something about, here's the structure and here are the other interests. There are interests that children and families have in having a safe environment that we balance with the desires of providers to have a cheaper to operate or more convenient environment. And those come up all the time, and we're happy to talk about them. But it's probably easier if we know in advance the broad topic that you want to talk about, and we can come say, this is how this stuff all works together, and bring it. I think that's addressing how we approach that. We do want to hear about it. If you have a specific thing in the regulation that you want to change, there's a formal path to doing that we eventually have to follow. And we can make minor changes without recreating that whole 8-month, $250,000 experience of doing the negotiated rulemaking, which was pretty disruptive to the whole system, and I don't want to do it super often.
Hey, Russ, we have a couple of questions related to that. One from Dawn Stewart asking, what is the path and how do we access that path?
There is a path to do that, and I don't know exactly what it is, though there are some magic words about it that I will ask Travis to explain. Travis, can you take lifeline call number 1?
It depends on what you are disputing, right? Is it a complaint or something on a compliance agreement? But there are formal avenues that as a provider has rights to go through if you don't agree with a license or a decision that's made. And then it progressively goes up there. There is an avenue to get it to actually a review board. But right now, those are very difficult to get because the way that it was written, it causes it for us not to look at things. And I don't want to go into the weeds with it, but we're in the process of fixing that. But yes, I would agree with what Ross is saying. If you have an issue, escalate the issue locally and see if we can't solve it. And a lot of times we're able to do that. If you're not able to get it at a local level, say it goes to the area administrator, you can escalate it to Judy Bunkelman's level or my level. It happens all the time, and we're able to resolve things. Now, not everybody's happy all the time, but we're able to resolve things and work with each other.
And then but Travis, there is a way that if people want to change a regulation, so that the pathway you described is what happens if you have if we come in and say there's only 4 inches of chips here and you need to have 9, and you're saying our licensor misread the ruler, there's a way to do that, right? But yes. I think the other question is, if you want to challenge the rule about that you need to have 9 inches of chips, and you think 4 inches of chips is a more appropriate number, how do people submit proposed regulatory changes? Please don't do that one.
Well, there's the petition process that Tyler Farmer came and talked to the group about. That would be the one way that you can do that. There's definitely, we're constantly taking feedback on rules that have been written and trying to make those adjustments if it's unclear and that kind of things. But
how about I get back to you with a written answer about that talks about sort of different levels of suggestions on the regulatory environment, and we say this is what you do to do X, this is what you do to do Y, and what our expected response is. Will that work? Okay.
Yes, that's a yes from Dawn.
I get yes from Dawn, because I think we'll give you a more formal answer, because I think there is a formal answer on how to propose a change in the rules. Our whole point of doing the restructure we did during that negotiated rulemaking exercise was to react to feedback that we got from the provider community that says, we are nickel and diming you to death with things that look like regulatory enforcement that don't need to be. And so we shifted to a model of the only things that we're really going to do regulatory enforcement actions about are really serious child safety issues. And we don't do it very often. It hardly ever comes up. Mostly we're going to come and we're going to say, wow, this gate would work better if it had a different latch on it. And we'll work with you to get a different latch, but it doesn't need to appear on your formal form as an enforcement action. No, we need to have we can all work together to figure out how to have a latch that works safely on a fence around a pool. Please don't have a pool. But it's, so our whole point of that was to shift to a supportive model. There are going to be enforcement actions. And yes, I sound reasonable. It's my job. But when we look at the stats, and I sent some to Julie in a letter about how many actual enforcement actions we had, formal enforcement actions we had, was a vanishingly small number for thousands of providers statewide last year, during a pretty crazy time. So we're just not doing that. Now, I guarantee you that we have hundreds of licensors out in the field, and that we will have some of them that will come in to do what formally looks like a supportive action to try and help us figure out how do we be supportive. And they're going to make it sound like the word of God here. I'll apologize in advance for that. But the reality is we just took very, very few handfuls of formal actions against providers last year. And I think there were only 2 closures. And it just doesn't come up because there aren't that many scenarios that are serious safety concerns, and we're trying to work with the community. And if you have a problem with a particular licensor who is behaving like it's the Spanish Inquisition, then again, escalate that to your area administrator, and we'll try and make that better. But we're not doing a lot of formal because it doesn't turn out to be necessary.
Ross, we have another question in the chat.
Okay.
Are you out of compliance while you are disputing the rule?
Ross,
Travis, you can answer. Let me give a broad answer first, and then I'll let you answer for reals. If you're telling me that you want us to change the rule, the 9 inches of chips rule, to be 4 inches of chips, and while you're having that argument with us, which you are not going to win, you want to continue to operate with 4 inches of chips or no inches of chips and concrete underneath your swing set, yes, you're going to be out of compliance. But if you are, and then I'm going to pass to Travis for the realsies answer about the enforcement actions.
Yeah. So Ross, you're exactly right. So if they're out of compliance and we've cited something and it goes on the compliance agreement, but then you're disputing it, we're going to work with you. And it might be as simple, we'll stay with the ground cover issue. Maybe what we say is don't use that slide right now until we're done disputing this. And so kids wouldn't play on that equipment during that time when we're talking this through. Now, the other side is you could just say, yeah, I'm going to put the 9 inches in and then it's over with. But if you wanted to dispute it, we could set up some kind of plan where you wouldn't use that equipment, or, you do something else in that situation.
If I could just say something real quickly here. I think that there's a lot of, I know that Dcyf has taken a lot of pride in the NRM process. Providers, on the other hand, are often busy jumping through hoops so that they're never out of compliance. So I'm not surprised that the compliance numbers are low. There are so many examples of providers doing things that one licensor has requested that they do, and not every provider knows that they can elevate it beyond their licensor or even beyond that. We like to keep things on a policy level here in these meetings, talking about overarching state policies, but I want to pull one example of a licensor telling a provider something that ended up costing the provider a bunch of money, and it wasn't accurate. And Angelia, if you could chime in about your ventilation issue, because that just really stuck with me.
That was a funny one. And Ross, I sure wish you were there, because you sound very
Angie, somehow you got muted again.
sorry. Said I wish Ross was there because I don't think I would have had this problem. But we opened up a new center, Ross, and we had a licensor, and he was new, who came through the building, and he was doing the video because he wasn't coming out at the time. And he noticed our kitchen had a hallway that then, I mean, we have a hallway that led to the kitchen. And we had like a mop bucket there or something like that. And he goes, oh my God, do you have ventilation? There's a rule. He went down and read this rule that you got to have a ventilation. I forget what the actual word was, but automated ventilation, mechanical ventilation, whatever. So I said, well, the whole building is ventilated because it's a smart building. And he goes, oh, that's not going to work. You're going to have to build a closet for the mops and stuff. So this is a $4 million building, $4 million brand new building. But we went ahead and stuck a nice kind of tacky closet, built a closet around this utility sink that he wanted us to do because he said it was necessary. When he came out and saw that it was a smart building, he says, oh, wow, no, your ventilation does work. Now I need you to cut a hole into this closet that I asked you to build because the smart building needs to be able to get into that closet that I asked you to build to work. So $2,000 later, and this tacky closet that's in this $4 million brand new space, I did it, but that was an example of what Julie was saying. And I didn't know I could fight back at the time, although it didn't make any sense to me.
Okay, so I know zero about ventilation, smart buildings, closets around sinks. So I'm not going to address that specific concern. Travis knows all kinds of those things. He's not going to address it either because he doesn't know the specific case of what happened. But I think it would be helpful for us to have a session on, all right, you think our licensor is misinterpreting the regulation. You can read the regulation. You think our licensor is misinterpreting it. What is the right way to escalate that and make that work? We're interested in getting it right. We're not interested in costing you extra. My job is to make sure that childcare is available to children around the state. And I hear you guys about your concern about retaliation.
Yeah, the
There's
reason
no
I brought-
way,
Sorry.
there's no way that I can tell you, how do I say this? This is always a concern with licensing. I bet King County hears this when people go out to restaurants and somebody tells some restaurant owner they have to do some different ventilation thing and they want to appeal it. We have to be able to have an escalation path because it's how we hear that one of our licensors is not being consistent in their interpretation. It's how we improve the behavior of the system. We're not going to rain down on a licensor who gets it wrong. We're going to try and improve, learn from feedback about that and get it right. We are not interested in having you guys shut down. We're not interested in charging you thousands of dollars extra. I gotta have a way to hear from you. And I've always heard this concern about retaliation. I hear this concern in every single regulatory environment that we have. If it's our foster care licensing, if it's our, so the foster parents are concerned about retaliation from their licensor. The birth parents are concerned about retaliation from the caseworker. I get it. And my job though is to get a system where you can provide feedback and there isn't retaliation. We will react pretty harshly to our staff if there is retaliation, because it doesn't work it doesn't meet our agency goals about fairness and transparency, but it also doesn't meet my goals of having actual childcare available for children that's safe. So this is a session that we should do about how to do reporting. And we should do it for your group. We should do it and have some kind of written handout because there's only 31 of you on this call or 31 of us. And there's lots of providers. And so if all of you are asking this question, your less well-connected compatriots are going to be asking this question as well. And we should make sure that we're providing information about how to do that, and that our licensors know that it's a normal, expected part of the behavior. And you know, if we're asking you to do something really expensive, you should make sure that, and you think it's not covered by the rule, you should escalate that. Like, we should make sure that our licensor isn't asking all of the providers in the Tri-Cities to do something that no one else in the state thinks is necessary, right?
I get that, Ross, but I was trying to get open. So that's the other thing. I was trying to get open. I could have taken it on up, and who knows how long it would have taken. So
It might have been quicker. Like,
maybe, but I didn't even know I had a, see, this is what Julie's saying. Many of us don't even know we have this route.
yeah, okay. So we're
That's all
telling
we're
you,
saying. Yep.
I'm telling you today, you have this
I
route.
got it today. You sound very logical. and I'm gonna say to people, Ross Hunter is logical, and this is what he says that we can do.
And he's serious about it. And we will get, so I think next month you have a meeting that's more scheduled to talk about licensing issues. What I'd like to do with your chairs, your co-chairs that one of you is going to volunteer to be, maybe it's you, because I'm just going to appoint someone at the end of the meeting here, because that'll be fun. But is sit down with our leadership as you plan that meeting out. Because if we just get like a one-line item that says you want to talk about X, I have no idea how to prepare for that. But if we talk about like, how do we get some information out to the entire provider community about what the escalation path looks like on concerns? How do we do it in a way that, so that our licensors know we're not going to tolerate retaliation? Then we can actually work and craft a presentation that'll make a lot more sense and be more tuned to what you want to do. So this is how I would like to work with advisory committees. Back to your first question is, I'd like to have us work out agendas jointly so that we can really be prepared to address issues that concern you. And I think this is one where we can get you some written material that will help, and that we can make sure that what we hear from you, we're reflecting back to our licensing community to fix it. So,
Yeah,
and I can't address some licensor in the past in some town because I don't know who it was. And if I did, I couldn't say something because then I'd be in labor grievances for the rest of my life, which I'm trying to avoid doing. So the next question was about grants.
I just put it in the chat. It's
That's a grant
actually,
question.
yeah, it's actually about feeling heard, but it was an example using the workforce retention grant. And I appreciate you taking some time to talk about the licensing collaboration. This
Sure.
group really does need that. And you know, it's obvious this group comes together to network, and sometimes we do have site-specific questions, but really we're looking for overarching policies that we can point to. So.
Yep. Okay. So grants, the particular grant, we did solicit feedback from people. We got lots of feedback from different groups. Every single group wanted their group to be prioritized over every other group. And we wanted to do, we had a couple of goals to meet. One was to comply with the federal rules around this. I spent quite a bit of time yesterday meeting with someone who is 2 layers down from the cabinet official that runs Health and Human Services to talk about our audit results. They audit us every year. I got to comply with the federal rules or they take the money back, and we've already spent it. So I'm really interested in that. We have the state legislature imposed additional rules about the distribution. We had to comply with that. We have lots of different people who wanted different things, different ways to weight the thing. And we heard from lots of different groups. And then we made a decision. And the decision was not, did not make any one of those groups 100% happy. Our goal also was to get the money out the door so that people didn't go broke. And some things would have required us to do an immense amount of accounting work on the back end to try and figure some stuff out, either information that we don't have or something that would have taken us forever to do. And I'm going to give you an example of a jurisdiction that does this all the time. Seattle, King County, in giving out rent subsidies to landlords during the pandemic. Millions and millions of dollars came in from the federal government to King County for them to distribute, because to landlords to back up the fact that renters weren't paying rent because they were unemployed. You guys saw the blowback of that on the eligibility for childcare, which we tried to fix as well. And it took them a year and a half to write the computer software to do their absurdly overcomplicated way of doing that. And so nobody got any money for a year and a half, and it sat in the bank and everybody looked stupid. So we traded off speed to have a simple way to distribute the money, to balance the needs of the different groups that were giving us feedback. And we made a decision, and it wasn't 100% in the direction that you wanted, but it was a decision, and we got a lot of money out that kept our turnover rate in providers to be reasonably close to what it was prior to the pandemic. Family homes turnover, I mean, there's a fair amount of change in that business. So Nicole, you probably have additional stuff to say on that.
Yeah,
because you did the work.
Yeah, and I think this group, and thanks Ross for sharing that. And I think that's what we were trying to do with grants overall. And I think the question for this group really was also about the workforce retention grant that's out there right now. And I think, so there's a couple of things. So one that was modeled after the city of Seattle, but I want to go back to a couple of things that Ross just said. So one is, how are we getting dollars out within our federal authority and making sure we have ways to go back and take a look at that when audits come? And I know there was lots of conversation here around what does that workforce retention look like for our part-time staff versus our full-time staff? And, unfortunately in our systems right now, we don't have a way to differentiate that. And in order to get the dollars out in sort of, again, the quickest way possible while meeting some of those federal timelines, that was the direction we had to go. And I think this is a place where, I think we're really trying to make sure that we're coming back in feedback loops when we can and can't do something, and just being really clear about what the parameters are. Like Ross said, we will try and take as much input as we can, but sometimes there are just things that we can't do because of audit or data systems or those things.
Or we're choosing to do something that you don't like. That will happen. And it will happen in a regulatory environment. It'll happen in distributing grants. I will never make everyone happy when I have to distribute a grant across different kinds of providers and weight it differently. I have to respond to input from the governor's office that is perhaps not always delivered in writing. I have to respond to the intentions, both legally written and otherwise, from the legislature. Maybe we can come back and say, here's what we heard from you. Here's what we heard from other groups. Here's the decision we made. And I'm happy to do that. And if we need to do that loop, I'm happy to do that, to explain why we made a decision. We usually have a pretty reasonable, at least we think it's pretty reasonable, basis for making a decision. We may not agree with you on the weighting in that particular scenario. Or in this example here that Nicole's giving, we just don't have the information, and building an information system to collect that information, I don't know how to do that. So.
Hey, Ross, we have a hand up from Colleen Condon. She's raised it a couple times. When she would, thank you.
Thank you very much. So in response to, kind of all the talk about the stabilization grants and fully understanding you're never going to make every group happy. And I apologize, the sun is like in the most awkward place in my office today. So if I'm spinning around in my chair, I'm not just
At least
playing
we
around.
can breathe because there's not as much smoke.
Yes, yeah, that is true. I'm thankful for that. But when we're looking at the CARES Act grants and stabilization grants and things like that, first of all, I convene many groups of providers. I haven't always been a regular participant in this group, but I do host several different monthly meetings. I have a lot of contact with a lot of providers, very diverse across the entire state. And generally speaking, stabilization grant dollars, especially when you get down to the dollar spent per child, were heavily weighted to the family child care providers. And I don't think any logical person can say that that was equitable, given the amount of expenses that a child care center has that are a higher overhead than a family home. So I think a lot of what you are hearing from providers here today, and I continue to hear all the time, is that there is always a huge disconnect between what we are saying here and now collectively as a group, and maybe what is getting to you or those higher up in your cabinet when making these decisions. Because nobody ever comes to these groups and says that they feel like they were being heard, that they think that our input was received and had an impact on then decisions that were made. And I also don't know of any convening that involved childcare center owners when they were talking about how to formulate the stabilization grants and the CARES grants. And you can see that in how they weighed out. So I recognize that you're not always going to make everybody happy. Like I fully get that. But you do have to find a way to weight what you are hearing in these groups. You have these amazing advisory councils. You have groups that Washington Communities for Children is convening on a monthly basis and bringing that together. Yet the value of that word is not being seen in the products coming from the department. And I think it's even just a numbers game. You can see how that is playing out. So I've yet to hear a single provider say that they feel like they were engaged or were able to give feedback on the stabilization or the CARES Act dollars. Yes, you guys met with the union, and that's obvious in how those grants were rolled out. My question is then how do providers actually get their voice heard and see the value of what they share then in the products at the end of the day?
Well, I got a lot of mail from people personally on that particular decision. It was a decision that certainly came up to my office to make of how are we gonna do this. So this is one where if you do that on a per child basis, I mean, I did all that math too. I don't know how many emails on this particular topic directly. So I think I heard you, and then I think we made a decision that balanced lots of other different input sources. And it's one that there are many scenarios where you make a decision and someone looks at it from a particular point of view and says, wow, that's not logical. Whereas someone else looks at it from a different point of view and says, oh, that's not logical in a different way. And it was a balancing decision that we made.
Yeah, and I think Colleen and group, we're happy to send out again all of the folks that we talked with. It was more than just provider supports. And so I think this also comes back down to what's the role of provider supports and what's the role of other groups. And I think the other piece I would say is that I believe that we've really tried to listen to what y'all have said and are looking at different ways of engaging folks as we've looked at equity grants and things like that. And provider supports has been instrumental in helping us think through how we have those conversations in a different way.
I appreciate that, but I do think it needs to be said again. What Colleen said is so true. People do not come out of these meetings ever feeling like, oh, my feedback was incorporated. You know, like I put in the chat, I've got teenagers that come in and vacuum, and they're going to be, I'm required to give them the same retention grant amount than, you know, as my lead staff get. And my goals for retention are for my lead staff. The teenagers come and go all the time anyway. that's not an area I'm concerned about, but my hands are tied because that was a requirement. And so yeah. Anyway.
I mean, to engage on that one particular choice, the more complicated we make a particular grant, the more opportunities we have to get it wrong, and the more staff we have to hire in order to administer the grant, which takes a long time to hire the staff to administer the grant. And so there's a trade-off. This is not a black or white decision. I don't fundamentally disagree with what you just said. I just don't know how to do it, right? And to do it, I'd have to build this enormous infrastructure of tracking which of your employees are part-time. And now I'd be giving more benefit to people who have more full-time employees versus people who have more part-time employees. And is that a decision I want to make? I mean, you get in a complicated space, and it takes us forever then to make a decision.
Well,
Right.
or directors could have just been trusted to distribute it among their staff in an equitable way that makes sense for their staff.
That's a different model, Julie. So I have to step in and say that I give great respect for the state trying to get these dollars out fast and to do it in a way that there was already a previous model. Being a part of the Seattle group, we did the same thing. We hassled with how to do it equitably and why are the young people going to get it the same way too. But then what was the missing piece is we had a meeting like this before they doled it out, and they explained how difficult it would be to put in all these variations that we kept saying. So they kept saying, we could do all this stuff, but then you're going to make us take administrative dollars back to sit in our lap to figure all that out versus just, hey, get it out there. And this is not perfect, but don't make the good be the enemy of the perfect. Let's get the dollars out. So I have to be a provider that speaks up and say, I actually like this approach on this one. There's many more, but on this one, I give them props.
Winner, winner, I got at least one positive vote. Awesome. Okay.
Well, hi Ross, I just want to echo what Angie just said. I put it in the chat, but I also want to vocalize it as well, that the way it's distributed now, and not only that, but being able to withhold the 15% for those who choose to do so, to be able to help with the tax burden and that type of thing. It's nice to have that option for centers that choose it. So okay. I just want to echo what Angie said.
It's nice to hear from you, Lois, even though I can't see you.
I know.
But I recognize your voice. It's nice to hear you. Okay, so I want to make sure that we move, because you wanted to talk about transitional kindergarten, which I actually know a lot more about than I know about the specifics of these grants. And so I want to make sure I get the actual question here on the.
I dropped it in the chat just a minute ago.
Okay, is DCYF looking at how to put any boundaries on transitional kindergarten? Okay, so a number of years ago, so almost 20 years ago to the week, some fool legislator got himself elected in Bellevue because he was aggravated about school funding, and he wanted to fix the school funding system to make it fairer. And that particular legislator went on about a 10-year journey to understand how to make it so that originally he was concerned about the Bellevue School District's funding, and it turned out that wasn't the problem. The problem was Yakima's funding, and the kids in Yakima were really getting screwed. And it took me over a decade, and I feel I was reasonably successful in my journey in fixing the school funding system, my generation's fix to the school funding system. We rewrote the law to set up the McCleary case. The the McCleary case got filed, and sure enough, we got the decision that the new rewritten law was that the Supreme Court's going to make us enforce our own law, and we did a much more fair distribution of funding for K-12. Now, we're not here to talk about K-12, but I feel pretty good in that I actually feel personally responsible for doubling the per capita expenditures on K-12, increasing the graduation rate from 70% to 80%, which cut the dropout rate by a third, which is pretty astounding change, and having the distribution of state funds be a lot fairer so that kids in Yakima have an opportunity to go to college just like kids in Bellevue do. So that was the thing I did. And somehow in that, a change was made in the way that full day kindergarten was done, because that was one of the changes that we made, was we wanted to do full day kindergarten across the state, because we thought it would make an enormous equity difference in improving outcomes for children of color. And we're right, it does. That the language around transitional kindergarten got added in there. I do not remember adding that in there specifically. Neither does former Senator Lisa Brown, who was sort of my partner on the Senate side in writing the language responding to McCleary. And there's now a language in a section of the state law. It starts in, it's RCW 28A, that allows this. RCW 28A is what's called basic education, and it's protected constitutionally in Washington in a way that it's much more powerful than in other states. And the legislature, it's actually pretty clear the legislature can't reduce that expenditure unless they can make an argument that children would be better off if they cut that spending. And surprise, surprise, they cannot make that argument, or at least not with a straight face. And this Supreme Court would throw them out on their ears. So basic education is controlled by the Office of the Superintendent of Public Instruction. It's actually not controlled by OSPI. It's controlled by 295 separate districts, and OSPI has relatively limited regulatory authority. They would have regulatory authority over this if they chose to exercise it. They so far have not, though they've talked about it for a while. It was a small program when it started in Bellingham, and it's grown over time. We have zero regulatory control over that program, none. And we've tried to exercise some, and have been wildly unsuccessful in doing that. We do not have authority over transitional kindergarten. We're producing a report in conjunction with OSPI on this right now, that I don't think addresses your particular concerns about it. It speaks about the concern, but doesn't provide a really substantive answer to it. I can't, quote, fix it or not fix it with my regulatory authority, because I don't have authority over it. And so I think if a change is going to occur there, change needs to occur through the legislature. And I think that would be a thing. You could bring some legislators in front of this group and have them talk about what they want to do. And I don't want to do hearsay. I hear there are some people working on this. I do not know what they are going to do. And I don't have my thumb on that scale. I have my thumb on lots of scales, not on that one. So I think the best answer, if you want to get an answer about what various legislators are proposing doing, is bring those legislators here and have them talk to you about what they want to do. But it is not something over which we have a lot of authority. Nicole, is there more that you want to add on that one?
I do want to add, and I was just looking at the draft report, Julie, to your point around, legislators creating any boundaries, I think Ross is of course spot on, but I do know that OSPI is also interested in engaging in some rulemaking as it relates to TK to further clarify some things. And so I think, I would stay tuned for what that looks like.
Well, I would be more than stay tuned. I would go talk to OSPI about what that looks like. Like us, they have a formal path to comment on proposed regulations, and I think they would, well, I don't know whether they'd love to hear from you or not, but they should hear from you because their regulations affect your business. Now, their regulations also affect the experience that children have around the state. And I think you're going to see, if I step even further back than my current role and sort of look at the system both nationally and here in Washington, there's a lot of interest in having a more, a higher quality and more supportive early childhood system, a more integrated early childhood system. Ours here in Washington has been very driven by the idea of family choice and having a mixed delivery model. That's not the case in every state. But I think there's just more and more pressure as we learn more and more about the impact that high quality care has on children and their lifetime trajectory, that we want to make sure that we're doing a good job of that. And so I think you should provide feedback to OSPI directly, have them come talk to you.
And Samantha and others, I think, have come to ELAC, and I'm not sure if they've come to provider supports, but I do think the other thing, Ross talked about family choice, and I think a big part of the recommendations and transitional in the joint report is related to coordinated recruitment and enrollment. And I would encourage this group to continue to tell us what you're hearing about in your communities, because we don't know unless we hear from you. And so it's really important that we hear from you about what's happening, so we can take that into our conversations with our partners at the Office of Superintendent of Public Instruction.
And frankly, we do work with the legislature directly. And I have personal connections to lots of them. Nicole works with lots of our legislators directly, more the early learning cluster. I tend to have a deeper relationships with the more senior leadership because they were the ones who were there when I served. And we do talk to them. You want to talk directly to your legislator. When we get feedback from you, we will use it in talking to the legislature, like who represents your district, perhaps. And so I want to make sure that we are hearing from you. The anecdotes are just as good as hard data. We don't really have a data collection system on this that would allow us to draw any sweeping conclusions. Is there another question here? I have, want to make sure I get into the room with our federal overseers.
We have had conversations with OSPI and DCYF about TK. I don't recall who we had at this meeting, but it didn't feel like the right person.
That would be my guess.
So I'm wondering if you could point us towards who we should invite to one of these meetings then.
Michaela. Michaela, can't pull her last name up.
It's Michaela Miller. She's the Deputy Superintendent of OSPI.
Yep, you should have her come in.
Thank you for that.
You don't want anyone below her in that. They're not a decision maker. She's the decision maker.
Okay. Yeah, we've heard, people, we have these meetings, providers come on and they share all these stories about things that are happening in their district, and we have struggled to figure out who to talk to about it. Okay, so we have about 14 minutes left. I don't see anything else in the chat. It would be, maybe it would be useful to open it up for other questions.
I have a question. Ross, I really enjoy you going down the rabbit hole explaining things. So this has been great. I have always had this question about developmental preschool, since you know a lot about the K-12 system. We have students that are in developmental preschool from 8:30 to 11 with 3 teachers in there, 10 kids only, but then they get out of that and they come to Tiny Tots, which is a regular old preschool program. And how come the federal dollars don't follow that child to the child care. That's my one pet peeve. If that child is so special and so unique and so got all these issues that they need a wraparound with, shouldn't some dollars come with to the child care center with that child? Because then I could hire an additional person too.
I'm gonna, at some point after I give my sort of high level answer, I'm gonna pass to Nicole to talk about how we do provide some support, though nothing close to what federal special ed or state special ed money looks like to providers. The Individuals with Disabilities in Education Act is the act that creates special ed. And it has a number of different parts. Part A is the part you think about in K-12 normal special ed. And it's the part that the federal government put a bunch of regulations in that require a level of performance, but funds about 40% of what they require states to do. This generates a lot of tension and a lot of legal action on the part of parents who are frustrated that they can't get what they think their child needs. And in often cases, they're right that they can't get what their child needs. And then there's part B and part C. And part B is what you're talking about here. I think I got my letters right. Part B is the preschool. So 3 and 4 year olds who are eligible for, who will be eligible for the regular special ed when they land in kindergarten, when they're 5, are eligible for a thing, but the thing is not as legally defined as Part A is. Part A is an entitlement where a parent can sue a school district, and they do all the time, to get the level of service that the federal law requires that the school district provide. Part B isn't like that. And districts do programs, some of which are really terrific and some of which are unbelievably terrible, or are just crazy making for parents. 2 days at different times of the day on 2 hours on Tuesdays and Thursdays, but in the morning on Tuesdays, in the afternoon on Thursdays, or some fool thing, that are just unworkable for parents and really not enough to help the child. I'm frustrated about this particular spend, and we're trying to figure out a strategy where we all braid all this money together to serve kids more effectively. It is run through the K-12 system, and the K-12 system spends the money the way that 295 separately elected school boards spend that money. If you can talk the local school board into providing some support for you to do it, they'll do it. But that's the decider, is the local school board for that program. Part C is infants and toddlers. And in Washington, it's an entitlement. So which means you can sue. The reality is we just provide the service to kids who want it. And it's to kids and families. It's more of an in-home service. It's our Birth to 3 program. We spend about $120 million a year on it. And it's occupational therapy, special ed, physical therapy for kids, coaching parents on how to do feeding for kids with disabilities. It's pretty cool stuff. And it's mostly delivered in the home. Occasionally, it'll be delivered in one of your settings, is the sort of a natural setting for the child. And that might be particularly if you're serving a kid where we can't safely do it in the home. But so the Part B work needs to work. But we do have some work that's being added on. Nicole, you want to talk about the special ed impacts on early learning?
Yeah, thank you. So one of the things I know that we're working with OSPI on is how we can get to more what they call push-in services, where they are going to where the child is already receiving services instead of the traditional pull-out model where they are having to go to a special education classroom. And so we just did a work session yesterday with RepSen and others. I would encourage folks to look at that, but I think this is another place where it may be good to have some conversation about what that looks like, and we can highlight some places where that's working well. And then I think hear about where it might not be working so well and what some opportunities are there. I know there is a big push to really do this in least restrictive environments, because in an ideal world, you're right, the money would follow the child.
Mhm. It'd be great if the money followed the child. Reflowing money in the K-12 system is one of the hardest projects ever. I was a reasonably high impact legislator, and it took me a decade to do that. And I had to build a movement to change the way funding so that kids in rural communities actually got enough to get a real curriculum. Hard to do politically. So I think we're out of questions today. You guys asked me at the beginning, would I commit to coming twice a year? And the answer is, yeah, I'll do twice a year. I'm not going to come for a full day twice a year. But let's queue up stuff where you want to have me respond. I'll make a commitment that licensing is in the room. But we got to have some boundaries around that, which is one, we got to work out an agenda ahead of time so they can be prepared. I'm happy to sort of do Q&A live, but when you talk about specific cases, it's very, very hard for them to respond, and that's frustrating. So we sort of have to find a way to orchestrate the meetings so that they make sense for participants and that we can actually provide the support to do that. So if we can develop joint agendas, I mean, I don't want to control what you talk about, but I do want to make sure that we understand the questions that you want to ask. So I think there's a way that we can work with you to get stuff on the agenda. If there's things coming up that we know we have to do and we'd like to get your feedback on, we'd like to have some input on the agendas. And if there are topics that you want to talk about, it would be helpful for us to have some detail about what you want to talk about so we can jointly shape a discussion that will make sense, that we can actually do, and that will make sense on your side of really address the concerns. And again, we're not going to be able to respond to specific questions about individual licensing actions because it is unlikely that our senior execs know what they are. I asked Luba at that meeting you described, Julie, about how often she'd overturned a decision that was made in a region. And I think last year the answer was twice. So it doesn't, these things don't come back up all the way to the top very often. If they did, it would be a hellish job. I mean, we want to have a consistent way to enforce the regulation, and that there'll be some contention about enforcing regulations. I'm sure that there is contention with the health department about how restaurant safety works, but I go to restaurants all the time and I want the kitchen to be safe and I don't go back there and look. So parents feel the same way about childcare, and we're trying to find a path that doesn't make it insane, but does provide that level of safety for parents. So thank you all, and we'll work with Julie, and we can decide who we're going to appoint. Sandra, maybe we should just appoint you. You asked the first question today. That was actually the trick of the first question got appointed as co-chair.
That's
I'll let you guys pick your own co-chair, but I'm just playing with you. I'm just playing with you.
Yeah, I just going to say you're getting back at me because I was out of the country, right?
I didn't know you were out of the country. I'd love to be out of the country. I'd love to actually just be in Hawaii, frankly, but being out here in Sequim today is actually almost as nice. It's so beautiful here. So it's nice to see you, Lois, and I do need to go and deal with my federal overlords.
Thank you for coming
Thank you all.
today.
My pleasure. And I'll leave you with Nicole and Travis.
Community engagement is going to drop a link in the chat for feedback, questions, lingering questions you may have, or feedback about the conversation with Ross. So we'll give it a minute. That link should allow you to type as much as you want. Not one of those with a character limit, I'm hoping. Okay, so we'll give it a minute before we move on to the next section. Please click on the link and you can use it, use that link as many times as you want. So you don't have to pack everything all into one comment. Okay, so everybody has had a minute. I'm sure the link will still stay open for a while, but we're going to move on to trauma-informed care. We've got a presentation by Jess Mayer. Hopefully she's here.
I am.
Oh, good. Okay.
I'm really happy to be here with you folks. I'm actually pulling up a PowerPoint right now, so bear with me for just one moment as I get my technology organized here. But I'm excited to be here with you folks this morning. My name is Jess. I am the Dcyf Early Learning Division Trauma-Informed Professional Development Coordinator. I was hired to satisfy directives through the Fair Start for Kids Act. And we're going to talk about that a little bit in terms of what the Fair Start for Kids Act says about trauma-informed supports. We'll also try to make sure we have a shared language around trauma-informed care this morning. And then what we'll do toward the latter part of this discussion is we'll go into breakout rooms specifically, and we'll hear from you what kinds of trauma-informed supports could be helpful. So I'm here very much to learn from you what you would like to see, what could be helpful when you're working with kids and families and even colleagues specifically who are struggling with trauma. So that's the context with which we're having this conversation today. And as I said before we get into that conversation and ask you for input, I'll provide just a little bit of background so we all have the same foundational knowledge, if that sounds okay to folks. Sound all right? Okay. Cool. And so the Fair Start for Kids Act is a really exciting opportunity, especially if you're a trauma-informed care geek like me. It's unusual to see a legislative directive so specifically ask state agencies such as the Department of Children, Youth, and Families to grow trauma-informed care supports. So as many of you already know, the Fair Start for Kids Act was passed last year, and Section 304 of that legislation specifically directs Dcyf to grow these trauma-informed supports. And so as we get going, I'm going to share a Jamboard link with you right now, just so you have it handy. You can go take a peek to the Jamboard. And again, we'll go into breakouts toward the latter part of this conversation, but if you feel so inclined, if you want to share some input as we talk through it, please feel free to jump into that Jamboard, and we will be reviewing that later for your input to incorporate and how we shape these trauma-informed care supports. And so with that, I'll just provide a little bit of foundational concepts and principles behind trauma-informed care. So as I said, we can hopefully have the shared understanding of what that looks like. I know you already have an understanding of what trauma looks like, and likely you're doing a lot of trauma-informed things already, but just we'll look at what the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration says about it and some more formal frameworks, just to get us thinking about what is trauma-informed care. And so with that, I talk a lot about this roadmap in front of us to trauma-informed care. According to the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, which has put out a bunch of really rich literature on the trauma-informed approach, the trauma-informed approach is classified by using these 4 R's specifically. And so a trauma-informed entity, program, agency like DCYF, a person even. You can think about a person being trauma-informed with these 4 R's. So I'll talk through what these 4 R's represent here now specifically. And so a trauma-informed entity, first and foremost, realizes the impact of trauma on ourselves, our colleagues, and the children and families we serve. So that's a really important, is just realizing that it's there, right? Just having that realization that trauma is a problem and that it needs to be addressed. And so that's what we're talking about with the first R, to realize. And the second R is a trauma-informed entity specifically recognizes the signs and symptoms of trauma and the people we work with and ourselves too. And I highlight the fact that trauma-informed care is very much a holistic approach. And so it's not something that we should just say, you need to do this, right? That's not trauma-informed. Holistic trauma-informed approach is that we internalize these principles and practices ourselves and take them on within our organizations and also express them externally to the people we serve. And so when we're thinking about the recognition of trauma, we can think about it for kids and families. Like if a kid is throwing a fit, is that kid throwing a fit because they're just a brat, or are they having a trauma response? So that's part of the recognition of trauma. The third R specifically is a trauma-informed entity responds to trauma by incorporating the knowledge, the best knowledge we have, the best practices we know about, policies deal with trauma. And so a truly trauma-informed entity incorporates this best available evidence within our response to trauma, right? And so we want to make sure ultimately we're doing all of these things so we finally resist re-traumatization. That's a big one, right? And so how do we make sure we're not causing additional trauma to the kids and families we serve, and also to ourselves for that matter, right? And so with that, I'll take a peek at the chat, see if anything is coming up for us. Feel free to jump in if you have questions coming up in the chat too. As I noted, we will be taking some time to do breakouts to have conversation, but if anything's percolating up, I'd love to hear from you in the chat if anything's coming to mind, or any pieces of input or questions or anything like that. So I'm going to share just a couple more slides on to make sure we're all grounded in a shared understanding about a trauma-informed approach. And this next slide specifically is what's referred to as the 6 key principles of trauma-informed care. And again, this is from SAMHSA, and I like it a lot because under each one of these principles that we're looking at, safety, trustworthiness, transparency, peer support, collaboration, mutuality, empowerment, voice and choice, equity. Each one of these key principles anchors a whole host of practices that we can employ to be trauma-informed. And so oftentimes when I talk about trauma-informed care, people are like, great, Jess, that's like a flavor of the month, right? What does it really look like? This is where we start seeing what trauma-informed care looks like on the ground. So for the safety principle, for example, it means when we're in classrooms, it means being at eye level with kids. A lot of the things you folks are already doing, so just reinforcing a lot of that good stuff means making sure that we have safe spaces for children to store their belongings, right? It means consciously building trust with families, making sure that we're working to further equity, we're collaborating with people, et cetera, right? And so there are very tangible practices that are associated with each one of these principles. So I just want to highlight that for you folks, and that there's very specific practices that we can point to that get us closer within the world of trauma-informed work. And so while the 4 R's that we just looked at can be conceptualized as a roadmap to the provision of trauma-informed care, or the increasing provision of trauma-informed care, these key principles can be thought of specifically as road signs, right? So we're getting a little closer now. So I'm going to highlight one other concept that I think is helpful for us to just have a shared understanding. And I like this concept a lot. It's relatively new to the world of trauma-informed care, in that this term, or this approach specifically, was created back in 2018 by Dr. Sean Ginwright. And I like it because, trauma-informed care has always been a holistic thing, as I've noted with you already this morning, in that we don't just say, okay, you folks do it, we have to do it too, right? And so this highlights the fact that this work is a collective enterprise. We are all in this together. So as trauma does not usually happen in a vacuum, Healing doesn't happen in a vacuum either. It happens in our workplaces. It happens in our communities. We all have a responsibility to grow trauma-informed and healing-centered work. So that's among the reasons why I really like this approach, specifically the healing-centered approach. And we'll talk a little bit more about how DCYF is actually embodying that here in a minute too. Any questions or thoughts bubbling up? Love to hear from you in chat if something's coming up. Now we're going to talk about money too, so we'll get into kind of the nitty gritty here. So I talked about the Fair Start for Kids Act. What does that mean for you folks, and what does that mean for your colleagues? Specifically, that Fair Starts for Kids Act calls upon DCYF to provide financial awards to providers and the owners of childcare centers, et cetera, who grow their knowledge, skills, and abilities within the trauma-informed world. So, so that's very exciting. We're incentivizing the growth of your knowledge, skills, and abilities. And I'll talk more in detail about what that looks like here in a minute. But I just want to highlight the fact that there is a little bit more than $2 million available through this fiscal year for these financial incentives. And we are using these resources to support the creation of additional training and building on existing trainings that we have. We're also investing some of the resource specifically in new screening and assessment offerings too. And just to note that we're in the beginning of creating these incentives and specifying exactly what they're going to look like. And so that's among the reasons why I'm here with you today, is we want you to help tell us what these supports should look like. So just to be really clear about that is throughout this fiscal year, we'll be fleshing out what these supports look like. And so I've been communicating with people like you and going wherever I can to try to get feedback on how we grow these supports, because we want them to be meaningful and we want to hear from you what meaningful supports look like. So that's among the reasons we'll be going into the breakout rooms today to hear from you. So and check in with the chat, see if anything's coming up for folks. I'm not sure, Dawn, if this question about the preferred assessment is related to this. We are growing some developmental screening, but we're still fleshing out. We haven't actually supported yet any assessments. We haven't actually moved forward with that. So that's something, if you feel like sharing, please do in the Jamboard. You can create a little space for that or jump in with the chat too. So if you're thinking about any assessments in particular, I'd love to hear from you. Okay. So who gets the money? And so we're talking about incentivizing the provision of trauma-informed care. Those individuals, providers specifically, who will be eligible are here on the screen. We see that licensed and certified providers, coaches, including birth to 3 quality initiatives coaches, early achievers coaches, ECAP coaches will be available will be eligible for these supports. So just keep that in mind, is that early, the ECAP program specifically providers will be eligible for these supports. And also FFN, we're working with subsidy providers. The FFN subsidy providers will also be eligible for these supports. So that's who we're talking about in terms of the eligible folks. And so if you have any questions about that, please do jump in the chat. I'd like to try to answer them for you. And so what are we doing? I told you that we're doing basically a roadshow. We're trying to hear from everybody possible as we grow these supports, which is, you know, I'm here with you today. We were with the Tribal Policy Advisory Council recently. We were with the Early Learning Advisory Council recently. And so we're engaging in what's called a liberatory design process. And the idea behind this process is that it helps to interrupt inequity. We're working to make sure that we work to co-design our supports with those individuals who are most affected by the supports, such as yourself, right? Yourselves, I should say, right? And so we're engaging in this liberatory design process to make sure that we're designing for equity, which really necessitates getting meaningful participation from those folks who are most impacted. So we're working quite a bit to make sure that we're, you know, hearing from all of the folks possible. And I'm going to share a slide with you right now that just kind of illustrates that point. So the images here that we're looking at reflect our application of the liberatory design model to grow trauma-informed and healing-centered supports. So you can see here on the top, we'll be working with families to co-create these supports. We'll also be working with, for example, the parent advisory group through DCYF. I'll be reaching out to some foster families, foster youth, and I'd love to hear from you folks too, if there are additional people within that family co-creation process or the provider co-creation process. And to note also that we're growing supports for DCYF staff and contractors. And I'll talk more about that here in a minute too. So we've been consulting, again, just with anyone who will talk to me basically. And so it's important. Trauma-informed care is really, it's not a hierarchical approach. And so we're really trying to even out those power imbalances within our systems of care. And so that's among the reasons why we're engaging in this liberatory design model. And so I'm pretty excited about that. And it does make sure that we have a lot of good input coming in. And so this word cloud here that we're looking at actually is from a June provider design session. We brought together a group of providers in June and asked them what kinds of supports would be helpful. And so it was really helpful for me to hear from them. And specifically, this group of providers actually could have really written a foundational trauma-informed care course themselves. So I was really excited to hear their input specifically, and in that they had requested a tiered payment structure in terms of how we distribute our financial awards. And I'll show you what they decided on here in a minute. And that's not to say that the structure is set in stone, but that's the structure that we're working with at the moment as we work to get dollars out the door. So I'll ask for your input on the structure that the providers during the June design session requested here in a minute. So just to be clear about that, we heard specifically that folks could benefit from more specific education on identifying red flags for trauma. We also heard from folks that additional information on working with child and family protective services could be helpful. And so we're working to incorporate that input specifically into a new training that we're putting together, a 4-hour training that will provide foundational concepts of trauma-informed and healing-centered supports. So DCYF is now in the process of creating that with input from folks, and we'll be continuing to receive input from folks like you throughout this fiscal year on the training that we're just really starting to develop now, and we're going to pilot here in fits and starts around. So we'll be asking for your input on this new 4-hour training that we're creating, which will hopefully give everybody a very solid understanding of what is trauma-informed care, because it can be hard, again, noting that you likely are utilizing trauma-informed practices in many areas of your work, but just to really identify where we're already doing it and where we have room for growth. And so that's some of what we're thinking about as we create this new training specifically. I also want to note that when I attended the Indian policy group, IPEL specifically, we heard that DCYF staff needs trauma-informed training. And so I'm excited to say that the DCYF executive leadership team just on Monday unanimously approved providing that training to all DCYF staff and contractors. So as I noted, this is a holistic approach. We can't just be saying you need to do this. We need to embody it ourselves. And increasingly DCYF is recognizing that. And I'm really excited that we'll all have that shared understanding, hopefully going forward. So I'm pretty jacked about that. Anything bubbling up, please do share in chat if anything's coming up. And we will pause here in a moment and let you folks talk to us here too. So let's look at the framework providers in June decided on for releasing DCYF's initial round of Fair Start for Kids Act financial supports. And again, based on the input we hear from you and others, this could be adjusted. This is what we're working with here in the initial phases of our financial support rollout. And I'll talk to you a little bit more what those phases look like here in a second. But just to give you an idea of the way we're envisioning for this phase of our financial award rollout, the disbursement of the money we have specifically. And so I noted that new 4-hour trauma-informed care and healing-centered fundamentals training, that's going to be foundational. That'll be incorporated into our foundational trainings, and it won't be eligible for compensation. However, to date, we have identified specific trainings that will be eligible for financial compensation because they are trauma-informed. And so some of those trainings that we've identified as being trauma-informed are up here on the screen. And this is another piece where we'll be asking you for input in terms of what other trainings should we be recognizing beyond these on the screen. Just really highlighting that we're in the initial phases of growing our supports right now. So to date, we've recognized the pyramid model specifically as being a trauma-informed training. And to highlight that, you see pyramid model here, and this is for folks who just received the training. Down here, we're also rolling out pilot sites of the pyramid model, which is a more comprehensive effort, a more program-wide effort beyond just having the training. And so folks who participate in the pilot of the pyramid model specifically will be eligible for a higher award amount because it'll require more of an investment from those individuals. Also, conscious discipline, which has some really great content. Folks who take at least 10 training hours of conscious discipline will be eligible for an award. Mobility mentoring, which has got some great content as well, will be eligible for an award. Filming interactions to nurture development or find will be eligible for an award. And again, we're looking for your input today on what additional trainings should be recognized. And beyond that, Cultivate Learning rather, just rolled out a very comprehensive, pretty deep dive into the trauma-informed approaches. So that'll be recognized, as will Prepare for Care, those individuals who take at least 4 6-hour segments of Prepare for Care. And then, as I noted, the pyramid model implementation sites too. So in a moment, we'll go into those breakouts. Oh, how is the pilot made available? Dee, great question. We're initially rolling out the pyramid pilot in ESD 112. We'll be expanding that as the months and years go on, hopefully, with continued support for the work. And so right now you can reach out to me specifically, and I believe my email is at the end of this presentation, or I can share it in the chat as I wrap up too. Child Care Aware is also participating. So if you're working with them, they would have information, but we can talk more about that offline. I'm happy to hear about your interest. It's a cool model for sure, for social emotional development. So let's look at our timeline and then we'll go into those breakouts. So here we're looking at the timeline. Let me just quickly address Hillary's question. So the financial awards are on top of equal, etc. Now the foundational training specifically will be wrapped into our foundational requirements. So it'll be within childcare basics, but we won't be expanding the hours of childcare basics. Does that help? We think that everybody should have a foundational understanding of trauma-informed care. Beyond that, people will be eligible. Hopefully that helps, Hillary. In terms of links to the trainings, Dawn, you can find more information on some of that stuff through our DCYF website. I encourage you maybe to reach out to me offline, and I can try to get you some more information about that. So it might be, you might have to look in different places, but happy to try to help you out after this meeting. So in terms of the timeline, and this timeline is a little wiggly. So just to acknowledge that we're working to get some of the awards out now, but it just takes time. You know, DCYF is kind of a big entity, and so it's taking us some time to get all of these mechanisms in place to release the funding. But we are working to release specifically our awards by the end of this calendar year. And one thing I didn't note is we're also recognizing at this point just one bachelor's degree for a financial award, and that's in infant early childhood mental health. And so that will be recognized with a $1,200 award. So bachelor's degrees in infant early childhood mental health will be recognized. And the reason for that is because very specifically in the Fair Start for Kids Act, it references infant early childhood mental health. Going beyond that with additional degrees, we'll have to make sure we get a lot of input to back up our decision to recognize new ones. And then, so that's why you see the educational payments distributed. That's what I'm referencing with the infant early childhood mental health. And then specifically the training paths recognized for financial awards. We're shooting to get those out by the end of, well, down here by the end of this calendar year. And so I'm really working to make that happen, but there are some variables at play too. So it could be a little bit later, and we'll see how that happens. But and then moving forward, as I noted, you know, we're going to be establishing additional criteria to make these awards. And one of the things that we're looking at is a challenge for us in terms of recognizing who is truly trauma informed, because we don't have an objective metric to do that, right? So the DCYF, or the legislature rather, has directed DCYF to provide these financial awards to people who are trauma informed, but we don't have any criteria to establish that. And so one of the things we're thinking about now is establishing criteria to determine objective criteria, specifically to determine to what extent people are trauma informed, so we can continue to incentivize the growth of knowledge, skills, and abilities within the trauma informed and healing centered world. And so that's something we're going to be starting on here in the very near future, is working to come together to talk about what it really looks like to be trauma informed from an objective perspective, you know, making sure you're at eye level with kids, making sure we're dealing with our own secondary traumatic stress and things like that. So that'll be what we're doing as we continue through this fiscal year, and we'll be establishing additional training paths and education too. And so folks who want to get involved with that effort, I'm happy to talk to you more. You know, we're going to be putting together more design teams and things like that. And so if you have interest, please do reach out to me. I'm happy to talk to you about that. And so Julie's asking the question about, is DCYF going to provide financial awards for folks that take the TIC trainings? So that's a great question. Julie, the compensation, the financial awards will actually be going out through the training contractors. And so they will be reaching out to people who have taken the training through our merit mechanisms. Currently, it's challenging, very challenging to get money out the door for trainings awards specifically. And so we're working with individual training contractors to get those awards out the door. And they will be paid directly to staff via the training contractors. So that's the plan, at least. Does that help? Okay. So I'm going to move on and ask for your input, because really why I'm here is because I want to hear from you. And so these are the questions here on the screen. And what we'll be doing is we'll be going into breakout rooms and then asking you after the breakout specifically to report back to us some of your thoughts. And then again, we'll be working in this Jamboard. And I'm sharing the Jamboard link. And so is it a reimbursement for paying for the TIC training specifically? And it's actually so beyond the foundational training that I was talking about, Julie, it's an incentivization. And so you will not have to pay the cost of the training, and you will receive financial awards specifically for taking the training. So it's not a reimbursement, but rather an incentive. Does that help? I see you nodding. Okay, cool. And so let's see, I just shared that Jamboard link again, and you folks should all be able to edit it. And so these are the questions that we're looking at. You know, I'd love to hear from you if you have any initial reactions or suggestions about the structure for providing trauma-informed financial awards. So kind of some of the specifics we were just talking about, that tiered structure. I'd love to hear from you if that works for you or not. We have heard from some providers it does, but I know that we are not monolithic, right? So I'd love to hear from you your initial thoughts about that and things that we could do better. What can we do better? And then what additional trauma-informed training and education should be included in the award structure? I'd love to hear from you if you have additional thoughts about specific trainings or even college degrees, or you know, it could be standalone college courses or whatever's percolating up. I'd love to hear from you. And then also what other supports are needed? You know, we had a question about assessments. Is there a particular assessment in there that you folks are thinking about that you think could be beneficial and falls within those trauma-informed frameworks? I'd love to hear about it. And then how can we continue to ensure that your voices are included in these discussions? How best can we make sure that your voices are really included and that we're providing meaningful opportunity for you to help shape these supports? And so with that, I'd love to go into breakouts and hear from you in that Jamboard. And Aaron, or
can I ask one question? Oh,
yeah, please, go ahead.
Well, I'm just worried about there's a lot of things that have been offered to providers voluntarily, and they become required later. So I'm not saying that trauma-informed care isn't valuable. It definitely is, but I'm concerned about it becoming required. And I wonder if you're even the person, I don't know who to ask that to.
I mean, we can have ongoing conversations about it. I can tell you that the foundational training that I referenced will be required. It will be incorporated into our foundational requirements. Beyond that, I don't anticipate, and there have been no discussions about requiring pyramid model, for example, or conscious discipline or any of that other stuff. So I hear your concern. We do believe that there should be some essential foundational knowledge, but beyond that 4 hours that I was talking about, that'll be incorporated into our basics. There are no discussions at this point to do that. And I can't predict, I can't say what's going to happen 5 years down the line, but we haven't had any conversations about that.
Right. And I see Lois has her hand up.
Lois?
Yeah, thank you very much, Julie. So Jess, my question about trauma-informed care, and I'm glad that you are using the works of Dr. Genright on the healing-centered approach. And I think I'm just mispronounced his last name because I was trying to remember it. But anyway, I want to ask though, with some of the trainings, like when they were last time, there was an update to STARS. Providers had to go through and basically ask for staff to just read. It was like a little I think maybe a 4-page handout with updated information. And then we had to have all of our staff attest to the fact that they had read that information. So, if this is going to become mandatory, and if it is something that will have to be retroactive, it would be nice if it's done in a format that is simple, where as opposed to staff having to go and take a mandatory training, not negating the fact of how important this is, especially as we're all living with it as children and families, as well as our staff are dealing with the psychological impact of the pandemic. But we also don't want to add another thing for the providers to have to do. That might put some people over the edge because we're already walking a tight line between sanity and insanity.
Yeah, no, I hear you on that. And I understand that, and there's an inherent tension, right, between really wanting to make sure that we're not re-traumatizing families and kids and not re-traumatizing providers. And so we're paying a lot of attention to that. And I really appreciate you bringing that up because we know what a perilous position so many providers are in right now. So I appreciate that. Susan.
Did Sandra get a chance to ask her a question?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe I missed you, Sandra. Sorry if you were up first. Sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Matter of fact, with our business coalition in Seattle, we were talking about University of Washington and services that they provide, which are extremely, extremely expensive, but very comprehensive. And so I was wondering if you guys have looked at any populations of training that you could make available to the providers through other resources, so that if we wanted to get together and have a group training in Seattle, we could get support from DCYF to pay for that.
That's a potential. I appreciate that question. And so maybe just to backtrack a little bit. So the foundational training that we're providing is being created in partnership with UW with Cultivate Learning. And I so appreciate their partnership because they're, as you said, they're really good, and so they're great partners on this. They know their stuff. And then with regards to how we're making the training available, we want to make sure it's available to as everybody, and so we're talking about doing it in we are doing it in a train the trainer format too. So that's something to keep in mind, is that we really want to seed this new training through train the trainer deliveries, so folks can go on and disseminate the material in their own communities. And I've had some great input about doing that even with tribal folks. So so that's something we're thinking more about, and I appreciate the input. And does that help a little bit? It was kind of a rambling answer. Okay, cool.
No, that helps. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Susan.
Yeah, I'm going to piggyback on what Sandra said, because it feels like sometimes to me with DCYF, there's silo things happening because there's the complex needs grant, and there was a lot of work happening with, and from what I understand, there is work happening with the Herring Center at the UW with regard to this, and trauma-informed care clearly fits into that. So what I don't understand is, why are there these two separate things? And then the other thing is, we're in a hiring crisis right now. And I just looked at the onboarding requirements for childcare teachers just to see, and it is astronomically crazy. And to add another required training that doesn't, maybe it takes away some other training versus adding to it. Because from what I do understand, the 30-hour STARS training or whatever training is not necessarily all 100% that great. But I am trying to tell you right now that adding another requirement to childcare, where especially school-age care providers who hire mostly part-time people that have the same list of requirements for full, it is nuts. If you got the email that we send out to our new employees about what they have to do in order to work here, you wouldn't accept the job either. I mean, that's how nutty it is. So yeah. I don't know what the silo problem is, but forgetting the real world consequences of what we're facing right now, and then adding this just feels like DCYF is out of touch of what's happening in the sector.
Yeah, and I want to address that too, because I want to make sure you understand. So we're not making more hours onto our foundational training. So just to be really clear, we're not adding more hours onto that. So I want to make sure everybody knows, childcare basics is going to stay 30 hours. So just to make that really, really clear, we're not adding more hours onto the requirements. Does that help for starters?
It helps some, but I think we might even look at reducing the 30 hours. It is a lot.
Yeah, I hear your concerns, and I understand that it feels super cumbersome. Now, I am also hearing you about the silos, and so I'm one person, and I can tell you with regard to the complex needs discussion, those are legislative directives, the way we've been told to do some of our work. And so, I'm trying to take both parts of your question and be very clear. We're not adding more hours onto childcare basics. We're not adding more required hours. Now the complex needs, that's a bigger conversation, and so I that's a conversation for us to probably have with our legislators. Now, ultimately, we're just trying to put more help out there, and so so that's the best I have for you right now. Does it help a little bit?
A little bit, thank you.
Okay, Hillary. Sorry.
Yeah. So
okay,
just following up on that too. So maybe not, I mean, I understand you're trying to embed it in childcare basics, but what we've experienced also is that unless there's a grandfathering, it becomes an additional requirement for anyone who's already done childcare basics. And my frustration has been that these kinds of things are done in ways that don't count as stars. So it basically layers more and more and more requirements. These are not bad trainings. These are good things for us to be able to do. I'm all for making sure that my staff and all of our staff are really well informed and well trained. But when you're layering these things in and you're not recognizing that as filling the checklist that we have to do every year of 10 stars, it's ridiculous, and it's frustrating for staff.
Okay, I hear you on that. Yeah, and then I see this other question coming in too, in terms of, are you going to require it for those who've already done CCB? What I can tell you is we're having these conversations with you for a reason. And I hear what you're saying. And so, in terms of the question with regard to requiring it for those who have already done CCB or grandfathering it, I will take what I hear from you, and that will help shape the decision making around that. So that's what I can give you right now. And so, as you know, this is a lot of people having these conversations. So I am hesitant to say, categorically yes or no, but I do hear you. So that's what I can say. And I'm hoping that's helpful. And I know, Angelia, you had your hand up for a little while.
Yes, thank you. My question is around us utilizing, I hear us talking about the group with the University of Washington, but there's other groups that are culturally appropriate for different communities. Are you all looking at utilizing those? Is there going to be an RFP for them, or how do they get involved? How does that work so that we make sure that we have culturally appropriate organizations also working with us?
I love that question. You know, in terms of an RFP, I'm not sure about that, but I can tell you that I had a good conversation even, you know, as I just noted before, I heard when I was at the Tribal Policy Advisory Council, they said, well, hey, can you give us the trainers so we can take this and provide it to our communities and make it our own? And I said, that's such an awesome idea. And we are working very much to make sure that we have developmentally appropriate trainings just in general. You know, we have been working with Somali folk and also Hispanic folk even to create the beginnings of this training. So we're paying a lot of attention to that. And we are working to make sure that we have the right people delivering the training and making it culturally acceptable. You know, I was just having a conversation with folks this morning about how there's no word for trauma even in the Somali language. So I think that just really speaks to your point. And yes, we are working to make this appropriate for as many different people as possible, because trauma-informed care, the 6th key principle of trauma-informed care is equity. And if we don't actually follow that principle while rolling out our trauma-informed supports, then we're being pretty hypocritical. So does that help?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, Dawn.
I wanted to echo just a little bit of adding more onto the teachers, but then also, so I did a training for my teachers on trauma-informed care right after COVID hit. And so we sat there and it was a 4.5-hour training. I intended to get through 3 different sections of this, like, what is it? How does this apply? And then how can we actually like implement it into our classrooms? Just what I found in doing that training for my staff is that it brings up a lot of discussion time. And so knowing that just having a 4-hour training on it, this is my feedback, is that it's not going to be enough. But adding that on to teachers, I mean, I have staff that are still struggling to get through their 30 hours. And then I'm hopeful that DCYF is going to be thoughtful in how to add this, because not only does it bring up stuff for the staff, it brought up stuff for myself on how I even present it to my staff. I mean, you're talking about your own traumas to a degree, or I took fictional characters and we worked through their traumas and things like that. And like how it affected them from like things that happened in their childhood, and then how they grew up as an adult.
Right.
But bringing that up to my staff, then there was this whole mood shift for a couple days, or actually a couple weeks after, because it sinks into you. And so just being very mindful of that to everyone in a time when I have found that you can't force people to deal with trauma. And so I'm hopeful DCYF will be thoughtful behind that.
Yeah, I really appreciate that, Dawn. And that's something we're thinking a lot about, right? And so we have a responsibility to make sure that we're not re-traumatizing people, going back to that 4th R, right? And so how do we better ensure that we have the supports needed to help the workforce as we try to incentivize the increasing provision of trauma-informed care? And there will be triggers. You know, there are always going to be triggers when we have these conversations. I still have triggers when I have these conversations. So just to really appreciate and acknowledge your input, it can be really hard to be self-reflective around this work, and it's part of the work is to have to be self-reflective, and that's painful. One thing I do want to note, and I should have said this before with the scheme that showed the dollar amounts for each training, each of those trainings actually requires some kind of learning application supports beyond just the training. So, and that's why one of the reasons why we're recognizing it, because they already have those coaching supports already built in, or a community of practice already built in. And one of the reasons we're recognizing those trainings that have additional supports is because they have additional supports, such as those that could help address some of these things that are coming up, because we need to be very careful about re-traumatizing people while having these conversations. So just to really appreciate your input there. Anything else coming up for folks? Yeah, Julie's reminding, please don't forget to use the Jamboard to provide feedback. We likely won't have time for breakouts at this point, but please do pop in there. I want to hear from you. And it's helpful for me to hear from you what kind of supports are needed. And I do want to make sure that, again, trauma-informed care is it's not hierarchical, you know, it's actually working to try to even out those power imbalances. And so it's fairly radical to a certain extent. But if I don't hear from you, then it makes it harder to do that, right? So, so I just appreciate your thoughtful input.
Well, it may be that we need to have this conversation again, since this is the first time we've had this, you know, with the first time you've come. Just remember though, guys, when you use the Jamboard, yes, there are prompts from Jess, but use the Jamboard to put any comments or feedback that you need in there.
Yeah, and I think I did attend this body in April too, but we hadn't.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Moved, so just I've been here one other time, but we weren't, you know, we hadn't yet had that June design session, so we hadn't fleshed out this nearly as much. I was just like, hey, we have the Fair Start for Kids Act. It probably wasn't so memorable. It was quick. I know today is very memorable. Anything else coming up for folks? I know I only have a couple minutes left. Dawn, I saw you unmuted.
I just wanted to mention Eastern Washington University has a children's studies degree.
Okay.
That's actually where my degree is at, and it revolves essentially around trauma-informed practices, best practices for the whole child, and how you take culture and home and just who the child is and make best decisions for them moving forward.
Awesome.
So if you were looking for a degree of some sort that could kind of help facilitate something like this, that would be one I would recommend.
Okay, I appreciate that. I hadn't heard about it yet, so that's helpful. Thank you. Anything else for folks? And again, please jump into that Jamboard, even if it's later today or whatnot, you know, and you're like, oh, I should have told them this. I just really want to encourage you to please do share your thoughts about our work here. It's a big deal. I mean, you know, we've gone through a lot these last few years, and we want to try to, you know, make things better.
We're not getting a lot of comments on the Jamboard, guys. We need you guys to put some feedback in there.
And Julie too, I'm happy to come back. So I didn't mean to punt on that. I'm happy to come back and hear more from you after you have time to digest, you know, invite me back, I'll be here. Happy to chat always.
Yeah, there were a lot of questions and a lot of discussion, and maybe next time we'll have time for breakouts. But I know that the community engagement team is working on putting up a link for feedback on the earlier discussion, and really, I think maybe more of a general prompt where it can be related to this, or it could be related to earlier. But we are going on break for 15 minutes before the next presentation. Thank you, Jess, for coming today. I'm sure the Jamboard link will continue to be available for at least the rest of the day. So we will return at 11:30, and I'll see you back there then.
Thanks so much for your time, folks. I appreciate your input.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time, Jess.
Give it another minute. There you are.
Well, we lost a few people, but I think there's another meeting that some of the DCYF folks had to go to. So we're just going to move along. So pleased to have Ryan Preco with Childcare Aware and Luke Jasmine with, I don't even know what now, maybe come as two of the tri-chairs from the collaborative task force to give us an update as to what's been going on over there, and just whatever you want to share with us. Thank you for coming.
Yeah, thank you, Julie, for inviting us. And it's so great to see. I know some people dropped off, but it's great to see a lot of familiar faces on here. My name is Luke Jasmine. I do want to note that I am on personal time right now. So for any people keeping record, and I'm one of the chairs for the task force. Ryan?
Yeah, thank you. Name's Ryan Preco. I'm the Director of Policy and Advocacy with Child Care Aware of Washington. It's great to see you all. Thank you for giving us time to come and provide this update. And as Luke mentioned, I'm honored to serve as a tri-chair with him and Amy Anderson over the Child Care Collaborative Task Force.
Thank you for that. So for our time together today, I'll go over the background, the actual work of the task force, and then some of our key findings. And I'll kick it over to Ryan to go over recommendations and possible next steps for the group, along with Q&A that the group may have. So going back to the background of the Child Care Collaborative Task Force, the task force charge is to develop policies to increase access to affordability, access, and high quality child care for all Washington families. All of you are high quality facilities. I know we have a lot of discussions around what that means. The completed cost of quality care model will allow policymakers, stakeholders to examine the costs and revenue sources to identify sustainable models for operating childcare programs, to set subsidy rates, and to support a functional childcare system in Washington State. And that's a pretty big charge. And we've been, in my opinion, very fortunate to be able to get, I mean, if you want the true cost of what it takes to run a model, what do you need? Well, you need the people who do the job every single day, who know the nooks and crannies of the profession to be able to inform those steps. And that's exactly what the collaborative task force was able to do. We've had ad hoc provider work groups, and I just want to lift up individuals like Lois Martin, Susan Brown, and Angie, among others, who have really taken a huge part in making sure that all of those nooks and crannies were incorporated in this study. So they helped informing with a draft survey to make sure that specific questions were in a survey. They made sure that our interview content was content that would really bring out what we truly need as providers to be able to do our work. And then they also informed us on outreach plans so that we could make sure that we're reaching true providers who are doing the work like all of you are every single day. So they also helped with dissemination of information and engagement with provider networks through all mediums: email, newsletters, social media. So and a lot of you on here, you helped get that word out and feedback out. And then there was also listening sessions that happened with Commerce, with DCYF, with King County, the CD of Seattle. So this was very comprehensive in a sense of making sure that this was really geared by the people that do this work every single day, and making sure that we really make sure the costs are in there. As far as like the key findings of the report, I don't think I'm gonna surprise anybody with the key findings. It's a lot of what we in the field already knew. The model highlights the essential need for public investments in living wage, benefits, and activities that support quality improvement. The true cost of care, inclusive of living wages and benefits, is higher than the prices families are currently paying in the private market. So I'll say that again. So when we looked at the true cost, and again, I know I'm not saying anything that surprises anyone, it shows that it's higher than the price that the families are currently making. So it makes it clear that policy makers need to address the need for public investment in the childcare market beyond the subsidy system, since the true cost of childcare is unaffordable for all but the wealthiest of families in Washington State. So before I turn it over to Ryan, I don't know if I'm able to screen share at all. Okay, I am. All right. Hopefully this makes y'all feel good. We'll see. Let's see if I can get to the sharing. Okay, y'all can see the screen?
You do need to like share your audio though.
Oh, that'd be good, wouldn't it?
There's a button that says share audio somewhere in your settings.
I usually find it at the top, but you might want to just pause the video and.
Okay. See, my apologies, y'all. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna send this link to either Ryan or Julie. So y'all see where my technology skills are currently. But I'll share this with Ryan and Julie. I think it's important for all of us to just, see it. But Ryan, if you want to go with yours, and then we could save the video for the tail end.
Yeah, sure. Sounds good. So thank you, Luke. I think you did a great job of outlining, how the survey was conducted, how it was really driven by active providers, and what the findings were, which again, not surprising to any of us, that childcare is a broken market and requires more funding to be sent to it from the public in order to shore up an essential market that all families and kids need access to. So then the question became for the task force, well, what do we do about it? We have a report that we just submitted to OFM for review, will eventually be submitted to the legislature. So it's not public yet, but I do want to share with you all the recommendations that the task force has approved to go forward to the legislature. The first recommendation is to adopt a working connection subsidy rate model in the 25-27 biennial budget that is based on the actual cost of care and incorporates living wage salaries for educators in the programs, benefits for staff, and resources for quality enhancements that meet the requirements outlined in Fair Start for Kids Act. So I'm basically recognizing that, we have QRIS mandates in place. This is, again, probably the biggest finding that we took from the study. And also the study is the tool that we can use in order to implement this and make sure that programs are reimbursed for the full cost of quality care. Recommendation 2 is to distribute significant relief payments to licensed early childcare and school age programs and to individual members of the childcare workforce in fiscal year 23 through fiscal year 25, or until another payment system is in place. So again, recognizing two things, that switching over to a new subsidy rate reimbursement model is going to take time. Most of the money that goes through that model is from the feds. They have hard and fast requirements that we need to work through and ultimately get their approval before we can switch over to a system like that. And it needs to be done sequenced in a way that sets up with the legislature approving a new budget. So this isn't anything we can do overnight, but yet we can't wait, 2-3 more years to provide relief to the childcare industry. It's in crisis right now and it's getting worse day by day. So the task force recommends that the legislature invest emergency relief funds to both individuals in the workforce and programs in the workforce, kind of recognizing that making sure we get significant money to individuals so that they can actually be retained and stay in the industry was something that, we weren't able to do with the first rounds of stabilization grants at a level needed, but also recognizing that programs need support too. As income continues to stay below pre-pandemic levels and attendance does as well, we need to make sure that this industry survives the next couple of years while we try to switch over to a better system. Recommendation 3, by September 1st, 2024, in partnership with the childcare workforce, parents, stakeholders, and partners, DCYF should submit recommendations and implementation plans to the legislature for delivering publicly funded wage supplements and benefits to the entire child care workforce. This includes licensed providers who do not accept subsidies and those serving children ages 0 to 5 and in school age care. Funds should be delivered to the workforce in conjunction with the adoption of DCYF subsidy rate setting cost of care methodology. So basically what we're recommending is that in the 2023 legislative session, the legislature should provide funding for DCYF to research and analyze potential mechanisms and implementation needs, and to support ongoing engagement and partnership with the above mentioned stakeholders. We also ask that an interim progress report be submitted in December 2023 ahead of the 2024 legislative session, so that any progress that needs to be made can be attended to at that time. So this is basically just a recommendation that DCYF develop a detailed plan for making this complex switch to a better system, that they include recommendations for how to extend these supports to the entire market, not just the subsidized market, and do so in heavy partnership with people from the workforce, people trying to, consumers from the workforce, stakeholders that support the workforce. We want to continue this work of making sure that providers are kind of front and center in delivering plans that will have a profound impact on them. And the final recommendation is by December 2023, the Department of Commerce and DCYF, working in partnership with the Washington Workforce Training and Education Coordinating Board, providers, parents, partners, and stakeholders, should submit a report that includes a comprehensive economic development framework and implementation plan for the child care sector. So similar to past efforts that entities like the Department of Commerce and others like them have done to work with economic development councils and municipalities and others to kind of figure out how do we shore up a certain industry in order to make sure that it delivers its essential goods that we need for everyone, whether that's improving ports or improving road access, smart grids, digital infrastructure. We need a similar approach to the childcare sector too, to make sure that whatever resources we have available on the federal, state, and local level are leveraged against one another and utilized in an efficient way in order to ensure that every working family that needs childcare can access it, can afford it, and receive quality care while we're there. And obviously, we all know in order to pull that off, providers and programs in this industry need to thrive and succeed, and the people that work for them need to thrive and succeed as well too. And that's really what the focus of our work going forward is going to be. So I'll pause there for a second to see if there's any questions about the actual recommendations that were submitted before I go into kind of near-term next steps.
Who were they submitted to and what becomes of them?
Well, currently the agencies, so Commerce and DCYF, are finalizing the report basically. The task force did a lot of work on the recommendations and then kind of outlining the content that the rest of the report should include. But staff are dotting the I's and crossing the T's right now. And then they need to submit that to the governor and OFM for review. They need to approve it before it can become public. But the report is due to the legislature, I believe, by the end of November. But don't quote me on that timeline.
So do legislators, is there any interest by any legislators to take some or all of the recommendations and create legislation?
I don't think that they're looking at it as one piece of legislation, some huge bill that they want to move forward. A lot of the short-term priorities and vehicles that we need to utilize in order to move this work forward are more kind of embedded in budgetary work, provisos, and things like that. And I'll go in a little bit more detail about that, before we wrap up here. But absolutely, legislators were involved in the task force. They voted and approved the recommendations in the task force, and they have every intention of carrying that work forward. And advocates like myself are doing what we can right now to engage other legislators, their colleagues, to make sure that we build support for whatever work needs to be done this year and in out years to continue to move forward.
Okay, well, do we want to show the video that Luke tried to share? I sent it over to Jess, who handles most of the Zoom for the community engagement meetings.
want to take this?
Can you turn up the audio? Mine is up.
This is my littlest, and this is just her third or fourth day away from her parents, ever, in her whole life, in her whole wonderful short life. And I get the privilege of being that person.
I want this approach to actually be able to trickle up into the higher grades, because I think especially young children learn through play, and that doesn't just end when they walk through the doors of kindergarten. So it allows them to be problem solvers. It allows them to think critically and negotiate different play scenarios with peers.
When I'm with my family, I miss the work that I'm doing and the impact that I can have on other families. So just to know that this work really permeates beyond just the children that we see on a daily basis, but it goes out into their parents, their household, and then everyone that they interact with gets to see the work that we do with the kids and the relationships that we build.
Man-made, or human-made, I should say, right?
Yeah. So look at all these like little things in here.
I don't know, I really enjoy those hugs, those first words or first steps. I am a toddler teacher, and when I see a kid just learning how to walk, it's amazing.
So if they're not coming in ready to learn because of those basic needs, it just slows down everything else. So, I mean, you think social and emotional, those are two big key things. If they're not able to cope, if they're not able to transition well, if they're not able to engage with other students and talk and converse, that is a setback for them. And they've got to have that in order to be successful when they come into school.
Yeah, it's nothing that you all didn't know before, but if you're not told enough, Ryan and I will say it. You all are amazing. Thank you for everything that you do every single day for our state, for our families, for the workforce that you employ, and most importantly for those children that have a safe and consistent place to come to because of you. So appreciate y'all.
Thanks for sharing the video.
So just to wrap up our piece here real quick, next steps for all of us are, well, one, I should say in parallel to the task force's work, Child Care Aware convened a group of over 30 educators from the child care workforce from all regions of the state, all roles within the workforce, all different types of programs, Family Child Care Center, tribal, military, ECAP, overlap, all of it, and facilitated them in figuring out, what would, compensation supplements from the public going to the workforce, what should that look like? What are the mechanisms we want to utilize, and what are the outcomes that we want? And they're about to wrap up their work. They've created an early educator platform for childcare, and that's a document we'll be rolling out here in the next week or so for everyone to digest and respond to. And they absolutely plan on carrying this work forward and taking advantage of opportunities, like if there is a proviso, to direct DCYF to work with providers and other stakeholders to develop that plan. And so look out for that. We're going to be engaging other providers with that vision and refining as necessary, but really trying to build support. But for this session, the items that overlap with that platform and what C3, the Child Care Collaborative Task Force, has put forth for recommendations are those budget provisos that I mentioned. So for DCYF to work with everyone to develop the mechanisms and the strategies and the implementation plan for actually supplementing compensation for the entire workforce, and the Department of Commerce to develop that comprehensive economic development plan for the childcare industry. And then we're going to be putting a ton of support behind the DCYF decision package that they submitted recently to the governor. We're very hopeful that will show up in his budget and all other budgets. That's a transformational decision package that makes a lot of the key improvements that are called out by C3TF and our child care aware provider design team, and really lays the foundation to continue to build on in order to get to that point in the 2025 biennium where we have a new system in place with more money invested into the industry that's going directly to individuals in the industry and allows, you know, the whole system to thrive. So that's what we're working on here in the short term. Again, happy to answer any questions or would love any feedback or insights from anybody here about the recommendations, the vision that we've outlined and how we can continue to improve it, because we're definitely not going to get to where we want to go unless we're all working there together and in collaboration. So would love to continue to do that. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much. I think everybody, I'm going to guess all the providers that are here today are probably struggling with staffing or have in the last couple months. I'm still struggling with staffing. It's just at a critical point and has been for a while. So any help around compensation has the potential to dramatically change the environment and be something that incentivizes people to enter the field, which would be quite a shift. So I appreciate all of that. I want to ask Luke if he'll share his new position with everyone, because it's pretty dang exciting. And then I want to go to Matt, who showed up, and I don't know if Matt had something he wanted to add to this conversation. So anyway, if we could just, Luke, tell us what's up.
Yeah, so I've started a new position. I'm actually, that's why I said I'm on my personal time right now. I started a new position in the governor's office as the Eastern Washington rep. So it's basically a liaison between community and the governor's office. And there's 4 of us across the state. So I will drop my email and phone number in the chat. Please reach out. I can connect you with the rep from your area, or if you're in my area, then we can chat. But I want to thank this group and everybody, because you have helped me. You've cultivated me to get to this point, and hopefully I can go in and do a really great job and bring community with, so that we could see policy that's that works for our communities. So thanks for that, Julie, and I'll give it back to Matt and drop my info in the chat.
That's brave. Sharing your phone number. That's brave.
Thanks, Julie. Nothing particular to share, but I represent DCYF on the task force, or I'm one of several folks who do. And so Nicole suggested I should hear this conversation and just have a sense of reactions and what's discussed.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So guys, we're open for questions, for Ryan or Luke about the I think I've mentioned before that I know to you, Ryan, that I was disappointed that nothing came of the compensation technical work group. You guys put so many hours into that. And so I always wonder, is there something we can do to make sure that this work doesn't get dropped?
Well, and I would say the work of the compensation technical work group was really essential to get us to this point. And the task force really dove into the pay scale that was developed there and used that to operate and try out different models with the new cost model that DCYF has created through the study, and referred to a lot of the recommendations that were in that model and kind of to build out our vision. So all of that was part of the same process. And I really thank the people for doing that work, because I don't think we'd be here without it. But absolutely, this, we have a huge lift in front of us. And just to speak frankly, we don't have enough support in the legislature right now in order to do this. We need to build that support. And the only way we're going to do it is with a ton of advocacy from everyone in the field. And I'll say, from the child care aware provider design team perspective, our number one goal with that process was to try to unite the field behind a common vision of what better compensation can look like. And that's why We recruited a very broad base of providers from all different types of programs and perspectives and really let them drive the process. This was a proposal for them, by them. And I feel like the C3TF recommendations were really driven by providers too. So I think we have a real opportunity here for the field to really activate and get energized and united behind the good work that they've been doing to get these recommendations to the legislature. And now they need to turn that energy into advocacy, and not just them. Parents, communities, other educators, stakeholders like myself, the media. I mean, everybody needs to get on board with this vision in order to keep putting pressure on policymakers to just flat out make this a bigger priority for their budget. With all the achievements that we've had in recent years, we're still make up a tiny, tiny percent of the overall state budget. And you know, the rest of that budget is invested in great things. And so we're really talking about new revenue combined with whatever existing resources we have that we can dedicate to the field. That is going to have to all come together in order to implement this vision, and that won't be done without a very, very large percentage of the public really demanding that it happen.
Will there be a public service campaign? Are there written materials that can be shared widely?
Yes, yeah. I mean, the report, once it's public, will have a ton of great information to share widely. Advocates and stakeholders like myself are already doing the work to try to break that stuff down into sound bites and one-pagers and materials and tools that can be used to engage all the different constituencies that we need to build up. And you know, at Child Care Aware, we're trying to raise funds right now to actually fund a pretty robust campaign in support of it, and we'll see where that goes. But you know, I encourage everyone here, all of our partners, to start having those similar conversations. You know, what resources can you bring to this effort? What more resources can you bring that you don't have right now into this effort? And let's all bring it together and get behind this vision and just keep pushing until we get it done.
Do we have other questions, guys?
I think Sandra has her name up.
Thank you. Actually, two things that I was wondering about. Number one, I was wondering, how is the current cost of care study that everybody in the state is doing feed into your report or your future plans?
The study totally informed the recommendations that we're putting forth. It's what demonstrated to us how much of a gap there is between what rates programs can charge right now and how much money they need in order to provide quality care. So it's central to everything we're doing. And that study is the cost model that we are now recommending be used in order to reimburse providers in the future, rather than the current system that is based on a market rate survey.
Okay. And then my second question was, of course, listening to your recommendations, I'm also thinking new revenue sources. Is that something that would need to come from us? Or are there other elephants out there that we can kind of harness?
You know, there's other advocacy organizations out there and advocacy coalitions that really work on trying to reform the tax code, with the outcome being additional revenue for needed investments. But, you know, there's a lot of different sectors and advocates that would love to spend that money. And so I think that this industry needs to play a role in developing those revenue sources and supporting them being put into place. And through doing that work, I think that we can, you know, set ourselves up in a way that also makes us the recipient of those funds once they start hitting the state budget. But, you know, again, it just keeps coming back to advocacy. We have to really change the narrative about this industry and why we need to, you know, heavily subsidize it with public dollars. And then not only advocate for the policies that accomplish that, but advocate for the money that is needed in order to fund it.
And I wanted to know, and Brian, you can answer this, the time would be now, right? Because we have long session coming up, and then it's a short session after that. Is that correct?
Yeah. And so, I mean, I think that that's why, you know, the timeline of the 2025-27 biennium is kind of called out there, because we don't have the ability to switch over right now. And the next time there's a major budget up for debate would be in 2025. And so we've got a couple years here now to really solidify that support and enhance that support amongst the policymaker community so that we have a chance at success in 2025. And Julie, I'll say no, there's no other states that have created anything close to what we're doing. And a lot of states are watching what we're doing to see if they can replicate it. There are some municipalities that have made good progress on compensation. Washington, DC really sticks out to me. Every child care educator that provides care birth to 3 in that city is now getting between a $10,000 and $14,000 check sent to them annually by the city to supplement their wages. And that was built on their universal preschool model that provides supplemented wages to every educator in those rooms as well. But other than that, there's not a lot of examples in this country to pull from. And so, that again, that's what makes this work difficult and why it's kind of all hands on deck. Yeah, Susan, I see your comment. All of our recommendations are inclusive of the birth to 12 child care system.
We are still ahead of schedule. Any other questions, guys?
Great job, team.
Yeah, and I'm so glad to hear thank you for talking about the compensation technical work group stuff being embedded in the task force. I didn't know that because I don't go to the task force, so. Oh, okay.
And we have, great, so the Mentimeter survey is in the chat now. Since we had to move forward quickly from the Ross survey and that got caught up in the Mentimeter, please feel free to use this space to share any additional comments or questions you might have for Ross. You'll have another opportunity to share thoughts at the end, but also please feel free to include any feedback for Luke and Ryan or Jess from Trauma Informed Care as well.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I may have missed it. When is the report being submitted? When are you guys done? To Ryan.
Oh, so the report is basically in the process of getting submitted for OFM review right now. And I think it's due to the legislature sometime in November.
And then does that mean the task force will disband?
Yes, technically speaking, yes. I think the work in order to engage, communities and other agencies with it will continue. And who knows what will happen. The task force was supposed to be done after the last report, but then the legislature, created a proviso that said, no, we need a plan for switching to a cost of care model and for, stabilizing the entire workforce. And so they kind of brought us back together and asked us to do that report. And, I think if this recommendation for a proviso to go to DCYF to create their plan and the Department of Commerce to create their plan goes forward this year, I can definitely see, members of the task force being involved in both of those efforts.
Okay, Lois has a question.
Oh, not as much a question. Thank you, Julie. I just wanted to thank Luke and Ryan, and then as well as pass it on to Casey. Because one of the things they did do right was to ensure that the provider voice was heard for the most part throughout this process to the best of their ability. And, it just goes to show how we can really affect change when we have allies to support our work. So I'm hopeful that OFM and the governor's office will not substantial changes to the recommendations, and that they can go forward as they are. And then would like to ask Luke and Ryan to possibly come back to the group after any updates have been made before the report goes out, and to just kind of share what was accepted and maybe what was not. And if it turns out that everything was accepted the way we present it, then maybe that could be something that's just in the feedback loop. But if they do say, no, we're not doing numbers 1, 3, and 4, we don't want them to go forward, I think it's important for the community to be able to hear that so we know how to advocate.
It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, we'd be happy to do that.
Okay, well, we're really still ahead, but only by about 8 minutes now. We are going to be, okay, first of all, use the Menti link. Make sure you're putting all the feedback in. I know people had things to say about the Ross conversation, that the link wasn't working later and they didn't have the opportunity to type it in. So use the feedback Menti link for that, for any questions you have about the trauma-informed care, and certainly for any portion of this presentation as well, if you have questions or feedback. And then we're going to be breaking for lunch, but community engagement will put all of the providers in a breakout room so that we can so that I can encourage one of you to apply for a co-chair. And we can talk about the time commitment if you guys have questions about that, or about anything that was discussed at the beginning of the meeting. And also if you want to use time to write more questions for Ross, because, that's what we need to do. We need to submit more questions. So anyway, we can break a little early, but don't forget to use that Menti link. Thank you for coming, Ryan and Luke and Matt. Thanks for coming and hanging out.
Thank you, everyone. Appreciate it.
Bye-bye. Don't be afraid to reach out.
Oh, we will. Oh, Susan, I feel for you. We've all been there. Lois, you had another question?
No, Julie, you know me. I'm lowering my hand now.
Okay. Okay.
Just taking it all in, Julie. This is Katie.
Yeah.
There's just so much disconnect. And I put that in the chat box feels like a few hours ago. But there's just there's like, we could do this, we need people to do this, but where is that connection to where we could really make a difference and really do something about this?
Yeah, so Aaron, Eric, and Jess, can you move the providers into a breakout so that we're not being recorded any longer and we can talk freely?
Yeah, it looks like that is going through right now.
Thanks for that. It is time to return. So today we have DCYF's preschool development grant administrators, Tracy, Kenny, and an integration specialist, Delta Heiberg. So they're going to provide an introduction to the early learning coordination plan with a focus on the goals and strategies that promote access to high quality childcare and early learning opportunities in underserved communities. Welcome and thank you for coming today.
Thank you for having us.
There you are.
Hello, everyone. There she is. Well, we are very grateful to be here today, and we look forward to our conversation. Delta and I hold this group very close to our heart as former early childhood professionals. I was a director and had a child care center of my own, and then moved to being a school district director out in a rural community where I met Delta, and then came to the Department of Early Learning and now DCYF to have conversations just like this. So we are always So grateful that you will allow us to be here and share our work with you. I'm going to let Delta introduce herself before we go into things.
Hi, everyone. I'm Delta Heiberg. I use she, her pronouns. Like Tracy said, I used to be a provider. Sometimes I feel like I still want in my heart. I taught toddler age children and preschool age children for just over 5 years. And I also have a 5, almost 6-year-old of my own with special needs. So I feel like I'm still very much in it sometimes. Thank you so much for letting us be here today.
Kind of choppy. I don't know what happened with your sound. So I wanted to start though with just what we're going to have with the preschool development grant for birth to 5, because I like to just kind of clear the air what that means. So the preschool development grant birth to 5 is a poorly named, I like to say that part, federal grant that DCYF was awarded in 2018. It includes 10 projects that my team support and 2 projects that we lead. The 2 that we lead are the creation of the statewide birth to 8 needs assessment and then the statewide early learning plan. So it's not preschool, it's not connected to universal pre-K or ECAP or transitional K or anything like that. It's a prenatal to age 8 systems building grant. And Washington's prenatal or preschool development grant, birth to 5, was written with the goal of interrupting the patterns and practices that contribute to marginalizing, oppressing, and imposing cultural norms on our communities. We are committed to facilitate intentional design to interrupt these patterns. And one way we are bringing that commitment to life is by transferring as much power as possible to the people that we serve. Today, we're going to talk about that in the context of the Early Learning Plan project, now known as the Early Learning Coordination Plan. So we're going to talk about how it was created and where we are with the effort to decenter dominant culture from that work. Our plan for today is we're going to introduce you to the hot off the press, I'm so excited, we're so excited, Early Learning Coordination Plan publication, update you on the status of printing, translation, and the development of its website. We're going to share how the designing of the coordination structure is going, and then have a conversation about what we should be thinking about, any concerns that come up with you throughout the course of the conversation, and then what you feel the strengths are. We only have 30 minutes together, so it's going to be very busy. But let's start by grounding ourselves in liberatory design, because that journey is what we have been on together as we created Washington's first statewide early learning needs assessment, and then also co-designing the early learning coordination plan. So the design work for both of those plans started with a large and diverse steering committee that included 9 ELAC members and many people who are on this committee as well. Using liberatory design, the steering committee built a community-centered process for collecting the experiences of children, families, and providers that were not reflected in the existing data. Then, building on that process, we developed an approach that kept parent and provider voice at the center of what would become the goals and strategies for our new early learning plan. Next slide, please. There we go. We know that there's no way that we're going to get different results if we don't take a different approach. So early in 2020, diverse groups began gathering to create a list of goals and strategies to guide decisions and planning for early learning in Washington State. Centered on racial equity and diverse experiences, these groups consisted of families, people who work directly with young children and their families, and those who work at organizations and agencies charged with supporting children and their families. The plan covers children from prenatal to age 8 and the adults that nurture and care for them. Therefore, that's who created the goals and strategies, those with lived and professional wisdom using liberatory design. Next slide. That's some background information. So now, after 2.5 years, it is here, and Delta's going to drop it in the chat. It has some beautiful pictures in it, so it takes a couple minutes to download. And we're going to share it with you. We have been celebrating since the end of September when this electronic version came out. You are in what we are calling phase 1, and phase 1 is a very special group. It is ELAC, it is you, and it is a few other groups who have been in the process with us, like our steering committee. It is not fully released yet. That's going to come in December, because on the very last page, you'll see that there's a website and a QR code, and that has not been set up yet. So Delta's going to give us an update and a little bit about where we are with the website and the design of it, and our idea for having a temporary landing page where people can at least download the document while we're waiting for the rest. She's going to get into all of that. And then we will do a full launch designed with our communities in December. Do you need help with that, Delta? Are you back on?
I think I got it back on. I had checked to make sure it was on before we came in here, and it was. And then I went to do it and I was disconnected. Always a fun surprise. I think I got it.
Okay. Once you get it on your computer, it is, free for you to look at and use. We are going to, I'm going to jump ahead a little bit while we wait for it to load. We are going
Tracy?
to offer a survey to you. Yes.
Julie has a quick question.
Oh, thank you.
Hi, Tracy. I remember pre-COVID going to a bunch of these meetings, and then, I couldn't continue. There was just too much going on. But I remember reading the previous version of this. I think it was 10 years old, right? And my focus then remains with number 47, because it was in there then about supporting, like having how you're going to support the workforce and stuff. And it didn't, in my opinion, come to fruition back then. And so I'm wondering how this plan would accomplish that outcome area for a strong and supported early learning workforce.
That is a great question. So what we did is my cat wants to join. We took that plan and did an evaluation of what did happen. So some things happened. Did we accomplish everything? No. And so some things that you will find in this new plan are very similar to what was in the first plan, because we just have to do better. And so this plan takes that and then centers racial equity in the center of it, centers it in the center, that makes sense. Centers racial equity as well. And so what we're hoping is adding this additional layer that we're going to talk about today of the coordination piece. That's what's going to give it the bump that the first plan didn't have. The first plan was really relied on everyone taking it on themselves. And what we're hoping is to create this, what we have done is created this coordination structure that starts with our steering committee, and that is going to grow to other networks. I have some visuals in a few minutes, I'll show you. But we're hoping that that's what takes this to that next level of being more than just goals and strategies. There it is. Okay. I see it now. So what we're going to do is actually give you some time to look through it. So we're going to give us 10 minutes to look through it. And a trick that I learned from the designer is that when you get it loaded on your computer, if you go up to page view and hit page view and then click the little button that says show cover separately, and that will lay it out like the book and have the layouts, like if you were reading it in person. If you have any problems, please let us know.
All right, welcome back, everyone. I hope you got to look through the document and at least, I know it's not enough time to read 88 pages, but maybe check out a few sections and get a feel for what it's like. Really quickly, I just wanted to give you a few updates about things that are happening on our end in regards to the early learning coordination plan. We are printing hard copies With that, I will put a link in the chat box. If you would like a physical copy of this, please fill out this link to give us your address. I'm trying to put it on and it's not going in. Eventually it'll be in there. Today is not my day for tech. I am sorry, everyone. There it goes. Okay. So yes, we would love to send you a copy. We just need your mailing address in order to do so. All information shared will be kept completely confidential. It'll just be used for mailing purposes for this one document. And then we are working on getting a translated copy for both Spanish and Somali. There's also questions in the survey about interest for those, so we know, so we can get an idea for how much to print. Next slide, please. Thank you. We have also contracted with Mitsui Creative to build a website for the Early Learning Coordination Plan. This will be separate from the DCYF website. As of right now, we are working on a temporary landing page because building a website takes quite a bit of time, and we want there to be somewhere people can go in the meantime. It's going to be a landing page with very limited features. You can see a sample on the side where you'll be folks will be able to download English, Spanish, and Somali versions. And then a full website we're hoping will be available at the end of December. That will include tools, resources, other things of that nature. And then Mitsui Creative is also working with us on some branding and logo work. So that work has begun, and we're expecting all of it to be finalized around the same time the landing page is live.
Thanks, Delta. I just want to add that when she says we, she is talking about the steering committee. And so this is the work that is led by that group. But speaking of that, I wanted to introduce you to this Early Learning Coordination Plan quick overview. This is a high-level overview of the process and how it's played out. On the left, you can see the content creation, the design elements, and then in the center, you see the report version and the coordination structure. So this is how the Early Learning Coordination Plan, or the ELCP, will come together and be a full product at the end of a tool, an equity-based tool for funding, policy, and programming decisions. We're going to speed this up a little bit because we're running out of time. This is last week in 45 minutes, so I'm going to talk a little fast, but please go to the next slide. What makes this plan more impactful is that coordination piece. And here's our Imagine slide. This is the slide that, and these are the statements that drive what we do as a steering committee and core network. So we imagine creating a way to coordinate the ELCP where all partners share a strong commitment to equity and creating anti-racist culture, where there is a collective commitment to co-designing with lived experts, where there is shared language for our work, where there is shared power and accountability, strategy, and decision-making processes, where partners collect, share, and use data together to inform our system, and where partners across the system meet frequently to share progress, make course corrections, and develop strategy. Next slide, please. So back in December of last year, the ELCP Steering Committee formed a work group and to create a set of recommendations on how we could approach implementation of this plan. They took information gathered from our visits to ELAC with you, the many Jamboards and surveys, Google Docs, meeting notes, and developed this recommendation to create an early learning coordination plan impact network. The largest group, so the impact network, let me start at the beginning here, is a framework that includes 3 parts nestled within each other. They are the movement network. This is the largest group, and it is a group of existing networks that have been invited and have agreed to share information and coordinate with each other on behalf of the ELCP, and to do that work in alignment with the core values. The work group is designing what the specifics are for that and what the commitment is. So you haven't heard anything about this yet. This is the first time it's coming out. Some examples, though, of larger networks that I can imagine this group helping to connect is you all. Washington Communities for Children, Child Care Aware of Washington, local health jurisdictions, school districts. Those are the really big networks. And we often are all meeting already, right? And so what we need is an intentional focus, tying it back to those goals and strategies. So inside the movement network would be the core network, and that is what our steering committee, the position our steering committee is holding right now. So they are the leadership function of the ELCP coordination piece. And then finally, there's a network coordination team. Currently, that's the role that the DCYF PDG team and 2 of our contractors, Becoming Justice and Cedar River Group, are filling. Some of the things we do are hosting meetings. We're in charge of knowledge management, creating documents. We do onboarding and recruitment of new members, things like that, some administrative support. Next slide, please. I have a cool little visual here. So here is the ELCP Impact Network shown as a relationship map. And I mean, as we all know, everything is connected and yet everything feels so siloed. This visual shows 4 large networks and many smaller networks as an example, this is just an example, of what the ELCP movement network could look like. Nestled in the middle, you can see the core network, the steering committee, that is coordinating and connecting the work across the system. And in the center of that is the network coordination team. Next slide, please. So bringing us back to our overview graphic, here in the middle, you see that we have the plan and the coordination structure together, which will give us the full picture of the ELCP, an equity-based tool for funding, policy, and programming decisions. And I managed to get that in with 1 minute to spare. Okay, we now know 30 minutes isn't long enough. What we wanted to talk about, so next slide, we were just wanting to get your initial thoughts and reactions to what you're seeing. Are there things that we need to be thinking about? Do you have any concerns? Want to talk about strengths? Whatever initial reactions you're having, and then you can always give us more thoughtful feedback in writing afterwards. You can always email us.
Okay, well, I guess we'll just, it's a lot to process. But thank you for coming and for giving us an early look at your lengthy document. And did you drop email addresses in there? Can people email you? Let's see.
Absolutely. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. There's usually a slide with that on there.
I'll drop those in the chat right now.
That's great. Thank you. All right. So thanks to Delta and to Tracy for coming and presenting. We're going to move on to our next section, which is about the childcare feasibility calendar. We've got Soleil Boyd and Blair Peterson from Washington STEM. They're going to introduce and provide input on the development of the calculator, which is intended to be an online tool for those interested in starting their own childcare business. I know that I saw Blair. Is Soleil here?
Hi, I'm here.
Oh, you're here. Good. Great. Thanks for coming, guys. Take it away.
Thank you. All right. And do I have ability to share my screen? I believe I do. Wonderful. And now do I have my own ability to share my own screen? Just give me one moment here so I can make this look the way it needs to look. All right, well, good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for some time together. And let me make sure, where's Blair? Hi, Blair, where did you go? I see you. Okay, good. Good. All right, yes, this is, so we have some time to talk about the Child Care Business Feasibility Calculator. Somebody else needs to be in charge of the calendar. That would be wonderful as well. I think both are important, but this is just a calculator moment. And this is an opportunity for Blair and me, but mainly Blair, to share with you some of what's been developed and talk about our partners, including you all, and open up the floor for some co-design and feedback, hopefully on this tool that we hope will be a complement to the field. Before we go farther, I did want to just introduce Washington STEM. Some of you may know our organization, some of you may not, some of you may know me, some of you may not. And I'm imagining Blair is possibly a new face for many. So we can just start a little bit with where we're coming from and who we are. Washington STEM, which is where we work, is a statewide organization leveraging STEM for social change. And specifically in the early learning space, we are champions for childcare access, high quality early learning, and positive math identities for young children and families. So these are 3 areas with a lot of overlap that we do a lot of varied but intersecting work on. And so that's why Washington STEM is here talking with you about a childcare feasibility calculator, because you might be wondering. And so Blair and I will take a moment just to introduce ourselves, talk about the context for this feasibility calculator. Most of the time will be Blair walking me through elements of the calculator, as well as us having discussion and dialogue about what would be helpful and important to include. So I have met some of you I have not. I'm Soleil Boyd. I'm the Senior Program Officer for Early Learning at Washington STEM. These are my children, James and Aurelio. And yeah, so my job at Washington STEM is to oversee our early learning work. And like I said before, advance access to childcare, support quality early learning, and ensure positive math identity. So those are the things I'm always working on one way or another. Blair, would you introduce yourself?
Hey everybody, nice to join you today. My name is Blair Peterson. I'm the accounting manager at Washington STEM, and excited to be jumping into a project kind of on our program side this time, rather than just sticking to finance and accounting. In that picture, I think that was from a few years ago during the holidays, but that's me and my girlfriend Jen. But I'm trying to think what else to for an introduction, but just happy to join and hear from all of you, especially on how this calculator can be improved and be useful to you all.
Thanks, Blair. Before we get into the calculator, I wanted to lay out some context for how it is we got here. So again, I think this is a pretty big group and a diverse group in terms of background within childcare. Washington STEM in 2020 and 2021 received CCPG grants from the Department of Commerce to work in 3 counties to help at a county level folks understand the need and supply of childcare, the marketplace, who are the children and families in need of childcare, and put forward some recommendations around how to move towards greater childcare access at the county level. In the process of that, a lot of times people wanted feasibility studies done. And we even attempted one in one case. And I'll just be specific, I did that. And while I was doing that, I was just looking everywhere for who does feasibility studies in Washington State. I couldn't find anybody, but if somebody here does that, please let me know. And so I know there's a lot of resources, right? But they're in a lot of different places. And honestly, a lot of the times folks just needed a bottom line. We have a building, we think this many kids, how do we make sure it's ready? How do, just all the things that many of you know go into planning for your childcare business. And the real question at the time was, is this going to pencil out? Is this a feasible business for us to sustain? And so that experience we took that and said, there seems to be a need around some support for this. Let's take what we've learned and apply to create this again. And so we received funding over the summer from the Department of Commerce, again, as a kind of part of their next round of CCPG funding to produce this feasibility calculator in consultation with lots of more knowledgeable people than us, certainly, but we are kind of bringing all these voices together to create a tool that is going to be helpful. And so we received the funds in the summer, and so this fall we have been co-designing and meeting with a variety of partners, including you all here today. And other partners include soon to be carried out meeting with the Child Care Voice Network, which is a part of the Washington Communities for Children networks, Early Learning Action Alliance, enterprise community partners who provide funds or grants and loans to child cares, and then the Department of Commerce. So these are all folks we've been talking with and we'll talk with over the next month or two to make sure the calculator is inclusive and reflective. And we are planning with the goal of making this calculator available in winter of 2023, so this coming winter, in English and Spanish. So that's a bit of the context. And I'll pause before I hand it to Blair to see if there's just any questions sort of about, you know, how we got here and who's been involved. Thank you, Nicole. My view is somehow limited, so if people are raising their hands, I don't think I see them. Okay, great. And I'll let Blair kind of add in here, but I'll just say some things about the calculator. The goals are really to provide a framework for understanding possible costs, revenue, and other business considerations when starting a new childcare business. It's also to raise awareness of potential childcare business owners and others about the financial feasibility of a childcare business. So you're envisioning doing something, is this going to break even or produce a profit? And then also we hope that this will be a tool connected to and able to connect people to additional resources as they explore starting their childcare business. I'll let Blair reiterate, it is not financial advice.
I'll make that very clear as a CPA. I don't want to give financial advice here, but I'll also add, you know, I think we've looked at a bunch of well, not a bunch, but a few other calculators that are out there that I think most of them are geared around other states or kind of at a national level. And another big goal I think we've had in this is keeping it simple and easy to use. So providing kind of a starting point for folks to understand costs and things they need to consider if they're thinking about starting this kind of business, but making that in an easy to use format. A lot of other calculators I've looked at have been, you know, you have to do a lot of reading or watch multiple videos to even start playing with the calculator. We're hoping to be able to create something that you can, you know, start playing around with relative ease. So I'll go ahead and share my screen and take you through the calculator as it stands now. And feel free to drop questions in the chat, and Soleil, if you can kind of keep a lookout for those, that'll help me because I don't think I can see them and share this, you know, Excel document at the same time. Can you all see this right now?
I see it, Blair.
Okay, yeah. Perfect. Sorry, can't see everybody's faces.
Yeah.
So we basically, we've been trying to create this calculator to do a few things, and I'll kind of walk through how it works, and then maybe we can talk about some of the considerations and assumptions in it, and, you know, as we'll ask, you know, later on after I show it off, you know, we'd love to hear your feedback. What's missing? What could be, you know, updated in a, you know, more easy to use way? You know, basically just want your help and partnership on this. But how the calculator works currently, you're essentially starting with different inputs, and we have those kind of highlighted in green and labeled inputs, and ultimately getting to some estimated costs. We start off with identifying what county you're located in, whether you're wanting to start a family childcare or a center-based childcare, whether you'd like to see the costs monthly or annually in terms of presentation, what type of estimate you're looking for childcare fee revenue. So is that, at kind of a median level or, some higher level? We may build in some more levels there. When we're presenting estimated salaries, what level would you want to see those at? A minimum wage level, a median wage level, and then a family sustaining wage level. Whether you plan to pay your employees benefits or not, or provide your employees with benefits rather. Working to build this in right now, but one thing we've like to build in is what percentage of your students are subsidy students or not. Square footage that's intended to be used for childcare. If you know your monthly rent or mortgage cost, whether you'd have a different schedule in the summer or not is something we're working to build in. Whether you're doing a nature-based model is something we're looking to build in. I have those highlighted in yellow because they're not currently working in this version of the model, but we want to build that in. And then we know that it's not guaranteed that you're going to actually collect all of the childcare fees, from families. So, building in some level of, loss rate or, doubtful accounts here. What the model then, does is it takes this information and it tries to give you a few kind of requirement pieces of info. So first and foremost, based on your square footage, it's going to try to estimate, basically tell you, based on Washington state law, here's the maximum number of students of different types or children of different types that you could support at this facility. Obviously, that's going to be a little bit different if you're, center-based or a family childcare. Once you see that kind of requirement, you then have a place where you can input the actual number of children you plan to serve by type. It's going to pop out for you just for your information at this point, the expected fee revenue, per child. But down below, we'll have an actual calculation of totals. You'll then be asked to put in what number of classrooms that you plan to have. I've been working on building in some recommendations here around, group sizes, to kind of flesh this out a little bit better. So that's something that's kind of in development, but it then will, based on the number of classrooms and the number of students that you'd put in, will estimate how many staff you would need. So we have data currently on salaries from ESD for childcare administrators, preschool teachers, and childcare workers. So we're using those as the positions, even though we know that that's not necessarily inclusive of all types of positions that might work in childcare, but it will list out what it expects you need based on, it's largely based on the law in Washington. So maintaining, sufficient ratios, child to student or child to teacher ratios. Then you'll have a place where you can actually put in how many people you do plan to have working there. And then it will do a calculation here of basically kind of the simple over under. So here's what, based on the number of students you had above, the number of workers that you had above, here's how much we would expect this business to cost on a monthly basis, how much we expect it to earn on a monthly basis, and adds in that mortgage or rent cost up above, and then gives you kind of the net before other costs. One thing that we've been cognizant of is, what is the right level of information to add into this calculator? So currently, we've kind of just left it at this kind of simple, here's your fees, here's your expected salaries, and then your mortgage or rent. and that's your over under. But we've identified, a bunch of other costs that, obviously every childcare is going to have at least some of these. And, so far we're working to see if there is data on these costs that we could then pull them into the calculator in a more definite way. But I think our thought is, even if we don't have great data for, other costs such that we could actually build them into, this calculator, we would want to call those out and probably provide some resources. Hey, here's where you could find out more about that. Here's who could help you with that. Kind of all of that sort of information. I'll pause here. Any questions? I know it's pretty quick to go through this.
This is Sandra Nelson. My first question is, what would be, let me see how to phrase this. Back on your point about how much information, would there be a minimum amount of information that a person would need to provide to be able to get reasonable results?
Yeah, I think the main piece of information actually to get some sort of result that you need to have is your location and your square footage. Although you could ignore the requirements recommendation that are based on square footage and just start plugging in number of students and skip that. Kind of if you knew, hey, I know I meet the licensing requirements and everything with my space, and I just want to play around with number of kids and number of teachers, you could jump to that. But to get the model to tell you, some sort of like, here's what you would need to maintain your ratios, here's what you would need to be in compliance in terms of square footage, you need to have your square footage and number of classrooms.
Okay, that sounds good. And then my second question, if I could, will you have any databases regarding medium wages, say for King County, so that the person would know?
Yes.
Plug in? Okay.
Yeah, currently we have wage data from ESD, and it is by county, so it does pull in wage data, and I currently have it in as I have the median in, but we may pull that in kind of a, you could add, the data is kind of stratified, so I could add different percentiles. So I think that's something that I'm curious of what levels would be useful there. And then putting in kind of we have other data for family sustaining wage from an MIT data set, and that's kind of the high end of what this modeling currently does.
Right. Thank you. And existing providers can use it too, okay, to help with their budgets, right?
I mean, yeah, they definitely could. I think for currently it's relatively simple, so they may understand their actual fees and employee costs better than this can estimate for them. And it wouldn't, right currently, since we don't have data on some of these other costs, it's not going to present them. But yeah, it could definitely be used by people who are in the game already, rather than just people who are looking to possibly start. Thanks for your questions.
I see. Yeah, thank you, Sandra. Don in the chat had a couple suggestions. One is, could we have a beta test version for folks to play with and use and over time for a short period of time?
Yeah, we might be able to get to that. There's a few things in terms of the data sets I'm trying to shore up, because there are some counties where we don't have full data. So I'm trying to figure out how we blend other data maybe, or come up with some way to be able to still show a calculation on those types of things. But I think that's something we could get to, sometime in the near future, as long as I think we're sharing it just with folks who really understand the state that it's in and aren't going to be using it to make, real decisions yet.
Yeah, good. Thanks, Blair. And Don had a second comment. A cost per child based on a few levels of income might help some figure that out. So maybe, and Don, I don't know if you can say more about this, or
sorry, it was just in the lower levels where he was talking about like your food budget, things like that.
Thank you.
If there was like where you could say, well, it would be if you wanted to spend $1 per child on your food, and you could automatically get those numbers from above, then what that would cost monthly or yearly or something like that. That tends to be what I do for my own budget, but that just, I don't know, that was just a suggestion.
Yeah, I would like to do that. I think one of the things I haven't had a good window into is what are the actual costs of some of these items, and so that's something I if you have ideas on that, I'd love to connect, or if you have any data on that, or maybe it could be something where we build it in and say you just plug in the amount you think per student per child, and then this is just going to do the math for you. We could do that as well.
A simple survey to center, like directors or whatever, I'm sure we'd be happy to share some of like our averages or whatever, just if that would help build in some of this cost. I know I would be happy to share some of that.
Yeah, that would be really helpful.
Yeah. And I was just thinking the way that costs are skyrocketing now, it would be nice to kind of see if we could figure out at least a percentage that they're going up to put in the model.
Yeah, I like that idea. I think one of the things we've been thinking about is kind of that longer term nature of a tool like this, and how we can have this hosted somewhere. Obviously it'd be something more in a web format that you could play with rather than just like an Excel, but that we could host somewhere and hopefully have kind of data that updates over time. So so that it's not just something we build once and then it ends up becoming outdated. So I think having inflationary effects in here, that could be a way we could do it, especially on costs where we maybe don't have regularly updated data. And then for the ones where we have regularly updated data, we just take that data set. But thank you.
I'm curious if, and I'm not sure how or if any of you in this group were involved or have been involved in the cost of quality study that Commerce is doing, because they also surveyed childcare providers, I think in partnership with DCY, if I'm not mistaken, about costs to arrive at that estimation. And so just putting it out there to see if that's something y'all are aware of, and if that might be a beginning data source, because I do think that that has some of those costs that we were talking about per child.
I'll just share, we have not gotten that data at this point. We're talking with Commerce about whether that might be something they'd be able to share, because I think it could provide some great inputs into this.
Okay, so maybe the that's not something that has been talked about here or in this context anyway. So, which is
it's Nicole. So I would just say, I know that the task force members were just here earlier today, and they may have focused on the recommendations and not the cost study that's in the report.
Okay.
And so, but I'm going to look to Julie to see if she can confirm that. And then the other thing I would just say about that cost study is that there will be further conversations with this group around sort of how that cost study translates into a rate model.
Yeah, that wasn't yeah, that wasn't part of what they were here about today. I think a lot of providers here did take the survey.
Mhm.
I'm looking at this and I'm just trying to wrap my head around how this would work. How would you, I think that when providers are thinking, maybe this is something I want to do, they haven't identified yet a building. They have no idea what the rent would be or really any of the costs, but I look at that $2,000 rent amount and I go, I don't know who's paying that. That seems really, really, really low. And it's going to vary depending on where you are. And I just wonder if there's a way to give an idea. If you're in Seattle, you might find that rent is going to cost you in the range of, whereas if you're in another area, like people don't know.
I think that's data I would really like to find, and we've been trying to ask around to see who might have that type of data. I think the scenario that's in here right now is a family child care. And I think sometimes folks are coming in at where they say, well, what if I turn my home into a child care? And then that person, likely does know like their mortgage costs. But I think the center-based model is definitely the harder one to estimate when you haven't found a space. So I think finding some data on that, I would love to be able to share a recommendation, or not a recommendation, but just a range of, if you're looking at it, in this area, here's maybe a cost per square foot that might make sense. What size of space are you looking at? And it kind of estimates the monthly rent for you.
Right. I don't know that like sending out a survey via email might get a lot of response, but I think if you came back here and you dropped a survey in the chat saying, would you be willing to anonymously share your city or county and your rent amount? I think you probably would get a lot of cooperation.
Yeah, thanks.
Well, and we also, thanks, Julie. I think that there's more information definitely that needs to be gathered. And so I think there will be an opportunity for that. And we did talk with, for example, enterprise community partners who work with the Department of Commerce to provide loans and grants to childcare providers who are revitalizing their facilities, or perhaps, building new ones through the early learning facilities grant program, not grant. And so one thing that they said is it varies so much, right? I think that was the main takeaway, was it's really hard to say. We know it's higher in some places than others, and it varies super widely to the point that it may be hard to put in an average number. So that's what we heard there. And it may be something that we explore more. What do we know? And is it enough to provide an estimate to someone else? Or is this maybe one of those areas where we say, it'd be really great for you to connect with Imagine or CCA or other childcare providers in your area to understand common costs and a way to connect folks. I don't know. It's kind of a challenge we have.
We also considered building in, like, there's a lot of startup costs for when you get a new space. And we tried to explore, what is it going to cost to, re-outfit the space, get things up to code, all of that stuff. And that's an area that, it's so unique to each situation that it's really hard to find that. And your landlord may provide leasehold improvement budget, or they may not, and at various levels. So I think so far, based on what we've heard, we've kind of just had that as another item to say, you really need to look into this in a major way, because this model is showing you only kind of the bare essentials, but there's a lot of other stuff that goes into this. And I think that's kind of a route that might be the case for a fair number of things if we aren't able to get data. But I think one thing that would be, I would love feedback on is kind of what's the core stuff that somebody would want to know, you know, that we might be able to provide, you know, in a quick way. And then, you know, what are the things that, you know, we would want as call outs, you know, think about this, make sure you think about this. We don't maybe have good data or it's so unique to each person. But think about this, you know, another area like that is, you know, taxes. There are, you know, specific tax benefits for certain things. You can write off certain things versus others, but everybody's situation is so unique that it's like, well, maybe here's a link out to some guidance or some help, but, you know, we're not going to try to prescribe, you know, in this calculator because it's so unique to each, you know, scenario.
Well, I think something that maybe people don't know, everybody in this room would know, but I was surprised to learn. I went from being a family home to owning a center back in 2020. No, 2000, sorry. And when I got ready to open my center and sign the lease, it was a commercial lease. And I didn't realize it was very common for it to only be the landlord's responsibility to take care of the roof and the foundation. So if a pipe bursts, if I need a new water heater, you know, all of those things, I don't think everybody knows that. And it might be helpful to explain that to people that are thinking about starting up a new center if they're going to lease a building. Some areas don't have a lot of places to lease and you'd have to buy, and then, you know, the opposite in other places where there's spaces to rent, but not opportunities to purchase.
That's really helpful.
I didn't realize the difference between a residential lease and a commercial lease when I started up. So.
Yeah, and I think that's the stuff where it's like, are there resources that exist that tell people that at all, or that already exist, or not? But I think that sort of thing we'd love to have, you know, whether it's a landing page or if it's linking out to somebody who's already, you know, built something explaining a lot of these things. You know, I think that's a, you know, kind of a clear, yeah, it wouldn't really fit into the calculation necessarily, but well, I think that one maybe could a little bit, where you say, have you thought about, you know, these types of costs that your landlord's not going to cover, but could be like a separate landing page that you link out to that, hey, when you're thinking about your lease, think about this, this, and this. You have differences between kind of a commercial lease versus a residential lease, kind of all of that stuff. Because we do think of this as just a starting point for people. So do your calculation, does that even seem feasible at all? And then start exploring the rest.
I think it would be reasonable to be able to provide numbers on some things. Say insurance. That's something that you could know based on the, you know, the number of that you're licensed for, the number of staff you have. Like there could be a range if you're going to open this size of a center and the building is worth this much or whatever. Like for me, I pay the property insurance as well as the liability insurance. So I think it would be relatively easy to come up with a range based on if you're this size versus if you're this size. But there's other things, you know, like the rent that are just, I don't even see how I don't know how it would be. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm also wondering if, you know, Commerce might have some of this information about, you know, like what our average insurance costs, you know, that sort of stuff. I think that's an area. I mean, a lot of these things where I'm trying to figure out whether there is somebody who is collecting this data on a regular basis. Commerce jumps to mind for that one.
I wonder if you could break it up into different categories, like start here if you are working with a church and opening a facility under the church, because that does exist and that lowers their overhead costs greatly. And then start here if you're going to open a center license for 0 to 20 kids. Start here if you're going to try to look at opening one license for, you know what I mean, 0 to or 20 to 50, and have different. You might be able to come closer to costs if you were breaking it up a bit.
I think that sounds similar maybe to what Hillary is suggesting in the chat also about the corporate structure. So there are these sort of structural pieces, size of program. At certain thresholds, there are different costs associated either with how many kids or various licensing agreements or requirements. And then there are also different costs associated with various types of corporate structure.
Yeah, I think if we could build that in, that'd be really helpful. In terms of corporate structure, I think that is a part where I would push back maybe and say, let's link out to some place that explains the different types of corporate structures, but not build it into the calculation, just because I think it gets too complicated to kind of calculate the different things in here. But I know there's a lot of resources out there for kind of the differences between, different corporate structures. At the end of the day, when you're going to set up a business and then deciding your structure, I think it's always good to talk to, a CPA or a lawyer to have them help you determine what it is. But if we could link out to even at least like SBA has explainers on that, Small Business Administration, I think that would be helpful for folks.
Well, even if the LLCs and C Corp and S Corp and all of those were kind of lumped together, it's very different with the nonprofits because of their tax liabilities. But you know how when you're doing like a Survey Monkey or something, it'll say, have you done this? If you click yes, and it'll like jump you ahead to maybe question 10, or if you click no, then maybe you're stuck on question 2. If there was that kind of format.
Yeah, I like that decision tree type format. I think that could work really well. So far, I have held off on adding anything in terms of taxes. But yeah, definitely nonprofit is going to be very different than the for-profit structure. So that could be something that we, at the very least call out that, that won't be as much of an issue. I don't actually know the state tax situation for childcare businesses. Off the top of my head, I'd have to do some research on that. But at least on the federal level, to have that nonprofit.
Well, the providers here could tell you.
Thank you. I think we have plenty of time, so which we don't have to use all of it. But I think there's been a lot of really good feedback on how to make this more representative of all the decisions and cost points that people need to consider before they open a childcare. Some, as many as possible, I think we'll work to address, and some of them will maybe have to be partnered with this tool, right? For more information on such and such, please go here or see this other space. And so I think what we could do is continue to work on this and then share back with you either at another meeting or communicating through provider support so that you all have a chance to see it again. We want to make sure that you get to see things as they shape up before it's all said and done. So maybe Aaron or Julie or I'm not sure who would decide that next step, but would love to make sure we close the loop here so that you all are, kept abreast of how this develops with your input. Which is not to say we're done with input, just to say we're going to have to go think and put our brains together and then talk to everyone and all of our friends about, okay, how are we going to do this? And possibly including you all.
Yeah, also, if you have any other thoughts on this that you think about, after the meeting, I think reach out to Slay or I, and we love to hear feedback, not just in the moment, because sometimes it takes a little time.
Yeah.
And
Can
then
you drop your emails in the chat?
Mm-hmm. I'm adding them now.
And then the other thing, there was some discussion earlier about, kind of a beta test of some kind. I think, that is something I'd love to ask folks from this group to help us be beta testers when we get to that point. So if folks are open to that, we would really love that. Not sure exactly when we'll get there, but hopefully, definitely before winter of 2023.
Thank you, Don. Don is highlighting that we should include full and part-time kids because tuition changes based on that.
It's something I need to figure out, Don, how to get that to calculate right with different levels of part-time versus full-time. The math is a little hard.
Mm-hmm. One thing I'm wondering, do full-time equivalent. Tell us more about that, Hillary. Or just drop a link so that we can go look it up. But help us know what you mean.
No, I guess I was just thinking in terms of, you could kind of just do an average. I've seen differences in the industry in terms of tuition. Sometimes people will have a premium. Frequently there's a premium for part day versus full day. It's more expensive for part day than full day because you're basically blocking out a full day spot in some ways. So I think that's what we're alluding to,
Mm-hmm.
And then I guess if you're thinking about full-time equivalent, it would just be sort of your average cost inclusive of part-time and full-time, it's whatever that looks like.
Yeah, can I just make sure I'm understanding? So you're suggesting that you could have kind of a rate that you plug in that's more holistic for the childcare in general, that says this is kind of the percentage of students or the percent of full-time equivalent, and then it could estimate kind of based on that as an overall, rather than having to do a by child sort of calculation.
Yeah.
Okay. I think that makes sense as a way to get to it. I much prefer that type of calculation. Thanks.
One thing I'm kind of recognizing, or maybe I'm feeling, is that the calculator, I feel like I can't say enough. It's like to raise awareness. I think that's it's a little bit more than that, but I guess that was the intention, which is to say, here are some of the costs, here are some of the possible revenue, and here's like a ballpark at the bottom before we even consider additional per child costs. Now, and I think that can be helpful at a higher level view. Like if you are big picture deciding, should we open a childcare in our county to deal with our county level childcare problem, or should we find another way? Like it's very quick, right? It's very quick, and it's just like, does this seem like the right direction to go into or not? And I think we're refining it to be more usable for individuals intending to go into childcare and open a business. And I also want to check my understanding. I think it will continue to meet limitations in doing that. So I'm putting that on the table because there are just some things that the calculator it's getting a lot better as a result of this conversation right now, 100%. And I think it will hit limitations also. I'm putting that on the table for discussion. You know, given what we know we cannot address in this calculator, do you feel it can still be useful? Yes or no? To who? How? Given that it will never do everything you know needs to happen to have the full and complete financial picture before you start a childcare.
I
Or
think
what can we put with it to make it helpful, you know?
I think it is a very helpful tool, whether you are currently in a center and you can kind of plug in the costs, you know, or you're estimating out. I think a way that it could be really helpful is to help people secure financing. So as you said, you can kind of get a general picture of what all the cost is. And I think one of the biggest problems childcare has is that we have to rely solely on tuition for the most part. You know, there's occasional grants. Some people have been able to get donations here or there, but we pretty much rely on tuition. Something like this, I think, is what investors and things would need to see to be able to try and get them to help invest either in our personal business or childcare in a whole or whatever. So that's where I kind of see the value in this. Is that's something I've always been looking for, is a tool that could help me then present this to other people out there and say, hey, will you give me some money to help with our tuition costs, so that way we don't have to have such skyrocketing tuition costs. So anyway, that's my thoughts.
I love that, Don. One of the things I'll call out that we have thought about too is like having something that somebody who's like a legislator or a person in business that could look at and play with to understand how hard it is, frankly, to run a childcare on a financial basis. That's something we've thought about too, is making it easy to use, because then there are some, you know, people in power who you can tell them all day that it's hard, and until you show them something they can play with themselves, they're not going to believe you, unfortunately, even though they should. Go ahead, Hillary.
I see a hand
So
raised. Yeah.
I guess one of the things this calculator doesn't put in, but kind of speaking to what you're just talking about too, there's a lot of things that I don't think that lawmakers and others understand in terms of, you know, you're a small business owner, you're taking on a lot of personal risk. You know, you are guaranteeing your bank loan, typically with your home as your collateral, if you're lucky enough to own a home. You are, you know, if you need a corporate credit card, you are the guarantor for that. You know, you are on the line. If you offer benefits, you're the trustee, you're liable for, you know, your ERISA requirements, and on and on and on and on and on. And I don't think that there is the respect provided by lawmakers and others to recognize that this is a business, and that you know, these are business women, generally, you know, predominantly women. And I think that I don't know that that's captured here, but that's really a big part of this too, is you know, there's a lot of personal risk and a lot of hard work that goes into this, you know, notwithstanding all of the actual childcare work that you do.
I think I would have found this helpful, you know, 20 years ago when I was writing up a business plan for my startup loan. And I remember maybe 15 years ago talking to someone who was going to start up a childcare center. They ultimately closed, but they were going to do it from like 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. at night. And I was like, that's a fantastic need in the community. How are you going to do AM versus PM kids? Make sure you're in ratio, because the staffing costs for going from 6 a.m. to 11 p.m., that's a huge amount out of your budget for your staffing costs. And so I think, you know, if you have lines in here that talk about like the pay rate for one staff working 8 hours and then another staff person and their pay rate working another 8 hours, they also need to be reminded that you're generally going to be open for more than 8 hours and you're going to have to staff some extra folks as well. But yeah, I think this would be very helpful for those applying for their startup loan, and you know, through their community bank or whatever it is.
Thanks, Julie. Mhm. Go, Blair.
I was just saying thanks, and yeah, I think that's something we've heard from other folks as well. Of, you know, often open at least 10 hours. You can't have somebody working more than 8 hours, so build in some extra staff in the calculator.
And Blair, I think, did you already do that, or is that on the docket?
I would have to look at this, one of the formulas, and it's a little complicated for me to tell on a quick glance.
Okay.
I think I might have built that in.
Okay.
If not, it's on my list.
Great. Yeah, awesome. Okay.
I would say this looks probably pretty similar to what everybody uses for a monthly budget, although some of our things are more known and not spelled out individually, but this looks like a great start and we would love to have another look as you progress.
Great. Thanks, Julie, and thanks everybody for taking a look and sharing your thoughts. Anything else, Blair?
Just thanks so much. We really appreciate the input and giving us the time today.
Well, thanks
and
for
our
coming.
emails. Yeah, they're in the chat, so feel free to reach out if you have any more thoughts.
No last minute questions? Okay, well, I guess I will turn it over to Erin, maybe. I think we're going to do a word cloud. And then, of course, our next scheduled meeting is December 14th. So put that on your calendar and eventually you'll see an email about that too. Oh, and there's the Menti link. Let's take a few minutes to do that. For the word cloud, okay.
Yes, and disclaimer, there's construction happening right above me. They've quieted down a little bit, but they've been popping up. So if I need to mute myself all of a sudden, please excuse me. But so as Julie said, there's a Mentimeter link in the chat. If you would go ahead and click on that. Oh, and sorry, that's for the word cloud, if I didn't say that already.
When we're done with the word cloud, can we put the link back up for sharing feedback and questions?
Yes, I think we have a closing survey for that.
Great.
And for those of you who may have missed my announcement on this in the breakout, we will also be sharing a survey link to provide additional feedback on any of the topics in the follow-up email. So once we have some people's submissions on the word cloud, we can move on to the reflection survey.
No words yet. Oh, there we go.
And then if we want to, Jess, if you want to put there we go. And this is the survey link for any additional feedback. I think we can go ahead and just keep this up for the next few minutes until people can just take some time to complete the survey, share their thoughts. And I think that's about all we have for today. So we could just kind of leave that up, and as you finish providing your input, then you can go ahead and log off. But just as a reminder, our next meeting is scheduled for December 14th, and we will also be sending out a follow-up email to kind of tie up and follow up on the topics that we were discussing today. So that should be going out within the week. And I'll just give everyone a moment to complete the survey.
Will the link close when the meeting closes?
That's a good question. I think so, right, Jess? Or
I know jam boards have stayed up before, and I sometimes comment on them later. So
yeah, I'm just not sure if we have to like reopen it or anything like that.
It's a little unclear. All I could find was a blog that said you could collect feedback for 4 hours after the meeting, but I wasn't sure exactly if I'm not presenting.
Well, then I'll try it in a few hours and we'll see.
Perfect.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure that once we stop presenting, as long as you still have that Mentimeter link up, it should stay good. But then we will also be sending it out again in the follow-up just in case